And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the monastery, the open bar of the internet, the world's greatest shit show, and the place where we, the good brothers and sisters of this most holy of temples, seek enlightenment through the drunkest, craziest, and most batshit ways possible. I am your one and only gaming monk, better known as Mildra, and with me, I have 1, 2, 3, 4 good brothers. Ha 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 ha. We have the man who plays a doctor on TV and seems to have nothing but Bane jokes because that's the only way you can Bane me today. Good brother Doc.
Of course.
We have the man who loses arguments with himself. Good brother Hydra.
No middle. 1 + 1 does not equal 11. Get it straight this time.
We have the man walking through the woods with dozens of VTubers, including myself twice, and making his debut of sorts in my monastery. Good brother Jack.
Hey, what's happening?
And our flamboyant flyer and living Wikipedia, good brother Flutter.
Hello, everyone.
So, it has been a few months, but it is time once again for the Hangover shit show because Gamescom was in the middle of August. And smack dab in the middle of that was THQ doing a whole showcase, including some reveals on that I feel obligated to talk about. Now, for those of you who are new to this, the Hangover Shit Show is one of the few reaction streams that I do where we just go through a bunch of game trailers and gameplay reveals, give running commentary, have a few shit posts about it. A lot of people are going to look at the list and go, I've never heard of any of those games. Well,
Kind of the point.
kind of the point, but also, as my mentor would often say, God gave you 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason.
I'm using that.
That's a bit of a racist, considering I have 6 ears and 3 mouths.
I'm just thinking of the TV show 30 Rock, where one of the characters points out, but we have 10 fingers. God must really want us to touch things.
Jesus, excuse me.
Truly, you have a dizzying intellect.
But obvious, and I mention this every time, but a lot of doing this is to counter the narrative that nobody's making any good games, which is a narrative that I sadly still see, even with the overwhelming evidence to the contrary.
Get your white pills up in here, folks.
Now, we don't do the black pill thing, and those who do, and when people do it, we well, you know how there's a way to induce vomiting to get poisons out of someone's system when someone eats something they shouldn't. Same principle here. Now, there's going to be quite a few we're going to be going through, and some of them are going to be names that are familiar to those who've been in my server or have seen past installments because there's updates. And and I before we even get started, I do want to give my shout outs to Cress, Ethereal Dragon, and Edwin over on YouTube. Hope you guys enjoy the show and enjoy the shenanigans that are to come. But the first one we're starting, oddly enough, comes to us from Sunsoft, which makes me go, when the fuck did they come back?
Yeah, that's a developer name that I haven't heard in years.
Mm-hmm. But apparently Sunsoft is publishing again, and this time a game called A Wild Boss appears. So we'll get started with that, and if there's any audio issues on your guys' end, just let me know and I'll adjust accordingly. Well, as best as I can, obviously. So let's get started. Well, when YouTube wants to be nice to me. There we go. And not a whole lot with this one because this only just got teased, but this feels like something I would see on the PSP back in the early 2000s.
Which would explain why it was announced for Switch.
Mm-hmm. Switch, PS5, PS4, and Steam. But
Excuse me.
the next proper one we have is coming to us from is published by Atari, which makes me wonder who's owning Atari this time, because that name has been passed around to the point where if it was a car, it'd be a four-door Ford Whore. Seriously, there's been like 4 or 5 different owners of the Atari name over the years.
Making your proclamation somewhat apt.
Mm-hmm.
Well, my guess is that it was probably a pitch of some kind to some company, and they wound up with a Atari mess on their hands.
Hey, can I talk to the owner that produced Roller Coaster Tycoon 3 because I need to beat him up?
I have a feeling you'd have to get into a line.
Yes, as do I.
And unfortunately you can't use Fast Pass. But
What a pity.
the next one is Adventure of Samsara, which I had heard some rumblings about for a while, but it now finally has a release date.
Nice.
If only I could be so grossly incandescent. I know some would go, "Oh, it's a Metroidvania." I'm like, no, hook that up to my veins.
Yeah, I'm very much getting Hollow Knight vibes with this gameplay.
And hey there, Snaggle Fox, welcome to the show. Yeah, I'd have to double check because Atari's had a lot of owners. I know. I was kidding when I was making the Solaire joke, but Look at that outfit. Yes, it's
Yeah.
basically a Templar outfit, but still.
And
Only
seeing that
cooperation.
this is an eternal game, at some point we're gonna have to beat up Backman.
Sometime in the next few days, I'm hoping to stream Shadow Labyrinth because that was the game I got on absurdity of its premise.
Actually, wait. Go ahead. No, go
A
ahead.
Pac-Man Metroidvania.
Well, oh yeah, that game. But also, Hydra. At some point, we're going to beat up Pac-Man. You're confusing Atari with Bamco.
My bad.
But
It happens.
yeah. The next one we've got is Aethermancer, which the demo is still up. You can still grab it. I did play through the demo during one of my demo grab bag streams a while back. And I guess I could say it's a very elemental Pokemon like. That's the Cliff Notes.
Welcome to the ever-expanding void, where monsters roam free, and the only one who can light their way once more is the Aethermancer.
Loving the music.
This world is full of monsters, with endless ways to combine their strengths. So, delve
Alright,
into
who's
the
getting me the echo?
ignite your
That's me.
monster's true potential.
I
Become the Aethermancer.
The only thing that makes me not call it a full Pokemon like is the fact that your attacks with your monsters generate charges of elemental magic. And you use that, and as the Aethermancer yourself, you use that to do your own spells. So you're not just hanging back and having the mons do all the work. Thank God, I'm not a fan. I think I'd like to see more where you're a part of the affair. But
not just commanding your mons.
yeah. But the next one was an announcement for Agalos 2.
Ah. Ooh, 8-bit. You don't see that at all.
16 like, and I don't know why, but I'm wondering if the developer was studying Rocket Knight at one point.
I'm wondering if they were studying Shovel Knight.
And a little bit of ActRaiser.
Yeah, that's a fair comparison to make as well.
I was going to say Metroidvania Mega Man X.
But it's certainly an interesting beast, and I take back the Rocket Knight thing because you're not going around like a cannonball.
Wait.
And Sacco says, Kid Icarus, they literally have Pit and Pit 2. Well, we're probably not getting any new Kid Icarus games anytime soon, so if somebody else wants to take that torch, let them.
Yeah, agreed.
But the next one we have is a tactics game that I had been keeping an eye on a little bit called Annie Wars.
Other than handling the combat, so with the party size, I'm getting somewhat reminded of Superhead. Unless that's just like me making me compare it.
Where's Doko? This game is full of waifus.
That's
It's
Goop's
even-
gimmick.
Akira.
It's even got a sexy robot in there. What the hell?
Here,
Yeah.
You should be.
I've pitched this as if Advance Wars had more waifus, which I feel is apt.
Yeah.
But the next one we've got on the list is a PGS special. At least I think that's how it's pronounced.
Yeah, Pedia.
There are two genres that are my catnip. One of them is Metroidvanias. The other is shmups. And with this, we are very much doing Gradius with a B.
Yeah. Interesting to have this be insect. Have the player control an insect rather than a ship. But hey, it works.
All right, I'm sorry, but I'm trying very hard to avoid them making bad B puns right now.
Oh,
Well, you
trust me,
see-
you're not the only one right now.
Well, you know why this isn't AAA. It's because it's a B game.
I was gonna say, is there a B plot in this game?
Don't encourage him, Jack.
Well, I mean, I guess the trailer's generating enough buzz.
But Snacklet said, I wish they'd made clear what was going on in the combat. Was there some sort of RPS systems of combat? I don't think there was.
No,
Not
it doesn't. At least it doesn't look like it.
Not the first B-themed scrolling shooter. They have a deadly bee weapon. Bees. My God.
There you go. Which this is apparently a remake.
Yeah.
Why it's called special.
This is a ground up remake.
I hope that the game starts with some image from the Wicker Man and what's his name going the bees.
Nick Cage.
Nick Cage, yeah. The bees.
Yeah. But next we
God.
have a proper gameplay teaser for Armageddonica. I think that's how it's pronounced. ARPG and RTS. That's a interesting combo.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
It's doing exactly what that combination would say on the tin.
It is.
And once again, the failure of Diablo 4 ended up being a great advertisement for other ARPGs. And this is just one more example of that.
There's a Diablo 4?
Yes.
Yeah. It
The
dropped.
game.
Fortunately,
Correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't that the game that has the infamous sentence of "You guys have phones, right?"
No, that was Immortal.
Immortal, right?
I love how there is just like certain videos out there that encapsulate how someone's career fails in real time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because the guy in
They'd
that.
been better off calling it Diablo Infamous.
Mhm. But Diablo 4 came out about a year ago or 2 years ago. I can't remember which because I don't update my act. And when it was getting close to release, I had said at the time that we're in a spot where there's a lot of very high quality ARPGs out there. And a lot of them are very feature rich, whether it be Path of Exile, Grim Dawn, the Resurrection of Titan quest. And I had said at the time that's the bare minimum that it needs to meet, is that level of feature richness. And if it doesn't, it's going to be worse than doing nothing. And and Diablo 4 came out, had a whole host of problems, including dark patterns, and everybody else has been taking advantage. And
They should.
as far as stealing an audience doesn't happen. But Path of Exile has a dedicated enough audience to have their own convention. And a lot of other ARPGs are able to stick around just by not fucking up. Or by fucking up less. I realize that one might say, "Oh, it's not doing as well just by looking at Steam charts," but looking at raw numbers doesn't tell the whole story.
So to take into account gameplay, and if the gameplay you're being presented with has misgivings about it.
But the next one, speaking of strategy affairs, I didn't think I'd have a sequel to Ashes of the Singularity on my bingo card, but here we are. And Snackle says the PoE audience is just playing PoE though, right? I have no way to confirm or not when it comes to that, so I'm not going to say one way or the other. What I am going to say is that a lot of studios took advantage of Diablo 4's failings.
Mm-hmm.
But moving right along, Ashes of the Singularity 2 coming to us from Stardock.
When I was a kid, I was always staring up at the moon. It was a reminder of where we could go, what we could be. Now, it's just a reminder of how much we've lost. More and more of Earth is being bought and turned into geranium. How long until the entire planet is consumed? We should have stopped them years ago. But today, we take our world back.
This was a recent announcement, obviously, but Ashes of the Singularity has been one of those hidden gems within the RTS space. So it'll be interesting to see how this turns out. And I do like me some RTS. And since while some people are going, oh, I'm just waiting until we get another thing out of StarCraft, which I'm like, keep waiting. You're gonna
you seriously have hope in Microblizz after the shit they've pulled over the years?
Yeah. And Snaga says, does it compare to Supreme Commander? Supreme Commander is its own beast in terms of scale, since that's a successor to Total Annihilation. Ashes of the Singularity is its own beast. And of course, this is coming right off of them bringing Sins of a Solar Empire back, which is more of a 4X. But next we have a game involving animals and cooking, but not cooking animals. That being Bistro, which I appreciate the way they spelled it out.
Rated E.
Things are peaceful here in Palopori. But beyond the wall, something has begun to stir.
Thank you for the resub, Mario.
In the face of danger, it's time to get to work. You see, in this world, not all heroes wield swords. In fact, some prefer the spoon.
What am I thinking?
There are some who believe that in order to save the world, you've got to start with a really good meal. And that's exactly what our caretakers need. Your recipes might just be our only hope. Because let's face it, who can save the world on an empty stomach? The delicious meals you make will fuel the caretakers, so that they can battle the ravenous monsters threatening your home.
Oh, that's an interesting loop.
Opening soon, Bistro.
So you're making dishes for heroes when they get to give them their combat deck when they go out adventuring.
Intriguing.
So I think it'd be fair to say that what you end up making, which seems to have its own little set of mini games, is going to determine what they can do when they're out on the other side of that wall.
Yeah.
But next is one that is, I believe, currently still on Kickstarter, and that is Beaten Path, a game that I'm surprised I didn't come across when I was covering Indie Quest.
Oh yes, 6x6 the grids.
Hex grid-based system.
And sheep.
Is it just me, or is anyone else getting reminded of Trails with this art style when it comes to the character models?
I could see it.
Trails.
But we do need more tactics games that uses hex instead of squares.
We do.
The art style is rather pleasant as well, which is another plus side.
But then we have one of the bigger announcements. So the team behind Black Myth Wukong is going to be back at it again
with a sequel.
Yep. Called Zongqi. So this is. I missed it. I see. That's okay. Stuck at work, unfortunately. No worries, Sig. It is what it is. But. This is no time to panic. Never mind, start panicking.
That is a big kitty.
I don't know, they look friendly enough.
Well, considering it's being used as a mount, it seems to be.
If I die in this game, know that it's because I was going. Psst, psst, psst.
Yeah, we're probably not going to see a release date for several years, but I'm glad to see Game Science isn't resting on their laurels, since the big reason Game Science went through with Wukong was they wanted to show that the game development scene in that part of China could be more than just mobile game fodder. And they had done a few mobile games, but you could see them straining against that narrative, even with their early work.
And as we've seen, that mission statement has proven to be successful.
Mm-hmm. But the next one we have is a release date for something I did cover in one of my demo showcases, that being Blood Thief. Or what happens when you mix Ghost Runner with vampires. It refers to itself as a slash 'em up, but really it's not far removed from Ghost Runner because of how very unforgiving it is.
Reminds me of Ultra Kill with the POV nature and how fast-paced the combat is.
You can see it, but Ultra Kill doesn't kill you in a couple of hits.
Good point.
And because of the kind of parkour this is going with, that's why I brought up Ghost Runner.
Ah, fair enough.
The art style is certainly appealing to me for reasons I can't explain, but I can't play these games worth a crap.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this going, there's no way I'd be able to play this. It looks fun. I'd just stick
Still,
at it.
If I could play games like this, I would.
But the big reason for the blood part of it is essentially a timer. And every time you take an enemy out and get blood out of it, you reset that timer. So, show of hands, who here has seen the movie Crank?
I know of it, never seen it.
Same here.
Same.
Jeez, I'm the only one, huh? One of the big gimmicks with Crank was that its lead guy was poisoned by what was called the Beijing cocktail, which the poison is slowed down by adrenaline. So he has to keep his adrenaline up constantly, otherwise he dies. And ridiculousness ensued. And hey there, Bill. I see you in the chat. How you doing, man? But next up is Bounty Star, which is one that kind of went under my radar for a bit. But since it's now got a release date, it is no longer going to be under my radar.
Got a lucrative job, just sitting here.
I cannot say no to
This
mechs.
building and the junkie Mark II, primed to be the foundation of a legitimate operation. Clean it up, power it up, and take on a handful of low-risk bounties. And then the cash will start pouring in.
They say rock bottom's the end. They're wrong. That's where the real work begins. Being in this place for a moment reminded me of greener times and places. It was good for me.
When did we move to Van Zant?
I tried to run away from the things I've done. Thought distance could bury them. But ghosts don't care how far you ride. And I'm tired of running.
Of course, we need to have a Flammenwerfer.
Yeah.
It's Western.
Yeah, so we have... For those of you who don't know why I brought up Van Zant, watch some of the Tex Talks Battletech videos. But we are essentially doing mechs in a space western with bounty hunting. And
That autoplay.
yeah, don't worry about that. So I'm certainly intrigued with what we've got here. Plus, I enjoy this loop of get bounties, get scrap, build, make your mech less shit.
Yep.
I have always been a sucker for the upgrade tree.
But next is BPM Bit Crushed. And somebody skipped through a bunch of it. But BPM, or bullets per minute, was a rhythm FPS from a few years ago, and I guess for this one they're mixing that with Crypt of the Necrodancer.
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
if I hadn't made it clear as well, I love me some twin stick shooty.
Yep.
Have since the days of Bubs. Oh, that'll be later. Have since the days of Smash TV. And this is very much channeling that, as well as a bit of Enter the Gungeon. And well, we haven't seen anything new from that group for a while. So let someone else take the reins. But next is a case of what the fuck is this? And who the fuck asked for this? Who the fuck spent money on this? Because Bubsy is getting a new game.
Oh God.
Not only that, but there was a remaster collection of the original games.
Oh, that's what it is. It's a remaster collection. It isn't just a standard re-release collection.
I don't know how remastered the remastered was, but the fact that somebody thought, hey, Bubsy needs to make a comeback is going to be a case of Whiskey Tango Foxtrot.
Exactly. That's what a lot of people were thinking that's what a lot of people were thinking, myself included, when they saw this trailer for the first time.
Because, ladies and gentlemen, Bubsy 4D.
Yo, remember me? Your old pal Bubsy? From all those classic games you loved.
Was it something I said? What could possibly go wrong?
Forget about that. Let's talk about the new one. Bubsy 4D. Now this I like. So, where are we going next? Don't mind if I do. Zoink! I wonder if that's more moves than that Italian plumber has.
OG Coyote time.
Ooh.
Also, nice subtle jab at Mario.
Can anyone explain to me why I turn into a hairball now?
What?
They call me the Orange Blur.
And now they're ripping off Sonic.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
More riffing than ripping.
Yeah. Oh no! Why is that a skin?
Because this entire game seems to be one giant shitpost.
And we're loving every moment of it.
Cell, right? And it's working overtime on this baby.
Why does this exist, and why do I not hate it?
Right? It's like, it looks good. It looks good. I should not be thinking, hey, a Bubsy game that actually looks good and playable.
Yeah. Part of whoever Fabraz is, they clearly have some idea of what they're doing, and instead of trying to just whitewash what happened, they're like, no, let's go right into it. I really hope the whole any mention of Bubsy 3D causes a non-flashback thing is going to persist. But yeah, I should hate this, but I don't. The ultimate The ultimate shit post is if the platinum trophy for this is called the Gold X Award.
Huh?
Careful now, you might give them ideas.
Yes.
I don't necessarily get it.
With Bubsy 3D, they made a fake review clip and a fake reviewer award. The Gold X Award that was on the cover of Bubsy 3D doesn't fucking exist.
Ah, I see.
I didn't even know they were still around.
Taking a jab at Atari. But
yeah.
The next one we have Chip and Claus versus the Brainoids. comes from, of all people, the XCOM team. Like a lot of the former developers of the old school XCOM games did this. I guess because after doing a shitload of serious games, they're like, let's do something less serious.
Again, we need a solid plan.
Step 1, we make a landing and start collecting precious cranium crystals.
Either of us can do a solo run, or we can split up to cover more ground. Get it? Because there's a split screen option.
Step 2, we establish a
Feels a
base.
lot like
The
Ratchet and
building
Clank.
can produce a steady supply of robots.
Step 3.
You don't suppose that's why they got the idea for the name?
Are equal parts action
Yeah.
and strategy.
Though they haven't
Charge with
abandoned
my
the
sword and
strategy
you
side, they're
support from
just
the back with your guns.
taking a different approach.
The command view allows us to
Which
position our
is
army.
very welcome.
Ah, the pickle brains won't even know what hit them.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I'm getting flashbacks to Ratchet and Clank Full Frontal Assault.
The last road bump in my perfect
Hello,
plan.
legally distinct Commander Brain.
Each mission is different. New places, new threats.
And new toys to play with.
Boo! Did I scare you?
Prepare to be obliterated in the name of the mothership.
Oh, hi, Brian and Scatterbrain.
Bring it on, Brainioids. We can beat you in so many ways. 1v1, 2v2, even in split screen. Unlike old school RTS games, victory isn't measured in actions per second.
The combination of strategy and action elements creates an equal playing field for strategy veterans like myself and action knuckleheads like you.
Hey!
Online, too. There's a free Friends Pass, so a buddy is always welcome.
And it's cross-platform.
Say the thing, announcer guy.
Chip and Claw versus the Brainioids launches on August 26th, 2025.
And in space!
What?
Never mind.
Well,
it's out. It's already
Snapshot
out.
was clearly having fun with this.
Yeah, also, and it's already out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I grabbed the footage weeks ago, but I wanted to wait until today to do the actual coverage. But
Yeah, I get that.
next is a online project known as Cinder City.
Huh.
Freeze, ADF!
Get on the ground now! Drop your weapon or
So this is what NCSoft is publishing now.
Drop your weapon, last warning!
You've crossed the line. Are you trying to get us all killed here?
3 minutes to drop. Everyone stand by.
That's what happens when you don't use your head.
Hey, I was thinking the same thing.
Hopefully, this manages to fill the void that that Wargaming's attempt at mechas completely failed at. You recall that there was that one mech BR that I was optimistic for, and I enjoyed the beta. Then the full release came, and it felt nothing like what I had played up to that point, and it just died a death.
I see.
Well, it was. I'm not gonna fully jump on Cinder City yet, but I am going to keep an eye out on.
And one thing that troubles me is in Unreal Engine, the optimization, the rate of those games. There's not very consistently good.
I think it depends on who's using it.
It
But
does, for sure. I mean, the Expedition 33, I've not noticed a whole lot of lag there.
But
see.
next,
I'll also be right back real quick.
Yep. Next, we have something that is already out. I already have it, and in fact, one of our dear friends, Alm, has already streamed it, and that is Crescent Tower. The vibes that I've gotten with Crescent Tower, and hang on a minute, I think my model froze. Oh, there we go. So I was sorry about that, but the vibes I get from Crescent Tower are, I know a lot of people will bring up the original Final Fantasy, but I get more of early Dragon Quest, like 1 and 2 vibes out of this. With a little bit of the early East entries. But now for the next one, we have covered this a bit, and right as I got the footage that I'm going to be showing, it was announced that this next one, Crimson Desert, is getting delayed to late in I think 2026 or 2027. Which I'm fine with that. I'd rather it be delayed than rushed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We have to hurry to support the Marquis.
We have nowhere to turn.
The Duke sent me.
We were expecting you. This way.
How's the situation? I've got the broad
And hello there,
It's
hello there,
all
Choco.
bad
Welcome
news,
to
I'm
the party.
afraid. The odds weren't in our favor to begin with, and now there's a mutiny within. There's a high chance the enemy will take the castle. If Marquis Lanford falls, then the entirety of Hernan will be in danger.
Marshal, preparations are complete.
Understood.
Heard one of my men is on the front lines.
Indeed. My scouts say he's fighting in the keep.
I'd expect nothing less.
Marshal, we've lost another outpost to the Black Bears.
I see. Greymane, your comrade is likely holding out in the keep with the Marquis.
I've got to get to him.
Going in alone, given the present situation, would be suicide. The enemy has
I do
seized
enjoy a
our
spear and shield
outpost
setup.
constructed watchtowers. Approaching won't be easy. If you must go now,
Yeah, that's a nice
you'll need
weapon
to use the
combo.
cannons to clear your path.
Marshal, we've been waiting for you. We need more tents to treat the wounded.
Show us how it's done.
Something crazy's about to happen, isn't it?
Make it happen.
The
battlefield awaits, Greymane. I hope you know I'd rather you didn't go, but seeing as it's you, I know you'll go anyway.
Aye.
Join the artillery unit. Their cannons are set and ready. Best of luck.
Greymane here looks like if Jon Snow actually had a spine.
Wounded are coming in by the dozen.
I beg you.
Everything went to shit in the blink of an eye.
Why cross the river when you can fly over it?
Still, better we're living in the market.
Yeah.
What are those demonist dogs doing in
Here would be the front. Ah, this is what they meant by using the cannons.
Aim for those smoking watchtowers and fire!
Okay, that's pretty cool.
I do like that you actually have to reload that cannon instead of it just being an auto loader. And what are we doing with that flag?
Carrying it, clearly.
Oh, you're gonna use it as a baseball bat.
Just like
Placing it somewhere else.
We're counting on you.
Got some Arkham Knight vibes there for a second.
I'd like to say that's the case, except we're not spending half the damn time in the Batmobile and fighting Deathstroke in a fucking vehicle instead of hand to hand.
Yeah, I just meant the combat, specifically where you glide into enemies. But
that is fair. I'm a bit salty with some of the things with Arkham Knight.
Same.
I think that was just an ability in all here.
But that is an interesting way to do health. Both health and stamina, it looks like. Well, you don't have to worry about a watchtower if there is no tower.
Yep.
Well, maybe that arrow was him marking target.
Possibly.
Oh, that's enough out of him.
Yeah.
Load-bearing villains.
Oh, we got those fuckers good. Thanks to you. Happy to help.
Greymane, we've been looking for you. Situation?
That uncoat's taking the castle. And Stefan? I'll have to take it back. Won't be easy. Once you're against it.
Maybe you could ask him a few questions.
How did I know?
Yeah, never mind. Insults to the kingdom! Stefan Lambert kneels to no pretender! Tess, you're alive! I'll take care of the traitor. All right, I'll protect my men beyond the wall.
You're a hard one to kill, Greymane. Still aiding that lout, Stefan Lanford.
Then this is your hand! Even after you're defeated, you still dare to meddle in our country's affairs! You're the bastard! You should worry for your own land! In the name of Grand General...
I don't know why, but it always looked weird to me whenever I'd see handguards on a mace.
Yeah, that is a little weird.
I know it was a thing. It's still weird. Though the way this Cassius guy is working, if he keeps this up, he's gonna wreck the whole castle he just took over.
Yeah.
I mean, aren't any of those pillars load bearing?
Load bearing villains is the thing. Hop around, take care of it. Good stream. Oh, no worries. Thanks for stopping by. What was that about the world's largest baseball bat?
Never mind.
Oh, hoisted by my own petard.
He's only half the man he was. At least we know he's good at doing the splits.
Where do you think you're going? Pathetic cunt! Cassius.
Dealt with.
Good.
It's over then?
Mostly. That was the last of them. Well done, my lord.
I was a bit distracted by that
My
beat.
lord, a message. The remaining enemy forces are fleeing north. We'll hunt them down. Cliff, on behalf of the Shields, light the beacon of victory. And when all is said and done, let's have a drink.
Bum-ba-bum.
Do you think they're gonna stop at one drink?
I'm sorry, there's a thing that's only one drink?
Yes, but what about second drink? I don't think he knows about second drink.
That is a question for Doku time.
Yes.
Can't say no to a grappling hook, and ooh, more cannons.
Yeah, I do. That was one of the few good things about Halo Infinite was the grappling hook mechanic.
Mm-hmm. Although these days, the spirit of Halo seems to be carried by Arrowhead. Especially recently with the ODST showing up in Helldivers 2.
Yeah.
And up we go.
Why do I have to use an arrow? The torch is like right there.
Lex.
Yeah, it's cooler.
So.
Yeah, but it's point blank.
Yeah, Crimson Desert is certainly something I'm keeping an eye out on. It's gonna take a while before we get it, but I think it'll be worth it. But next up is Crosswind, because we're getting pirates in this bitch.
Ooh.
Hey, maybe this will be doing what Skull and Bones wanted to do, but fucked it up.
Bold of you to assume that the team working on Skull and Bones had any desires of their own.
Yeah, their desire was not to piss off the Singapore government. Like, Skull and Bones...
And now people are singing a pour about that stupid game.
I was about to say, we better have shanties, otherwise I'm gonna have problems. But next is something with a little bit of history. So, once upon a time, there was a game called I Divine Cybermancy. A very interesting game. A very cracked out kind of game. That was supposedly based on a TTRPG called Ava. Though Ava may or may not exist. It may just be a House Rule to Hell version of Dark Heresy. But the team behind it would later go on to make a Warhammer game. They would make Deathwing. And recently, they announced that they were going fully independent. And as part of that independence, they are making a spin-off to I, known as Diamond Blades. Strumon Studio was under Focus Interactive for the longest time, but now they're fully independent.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I never even played the original the Divine Cybermancy anyway.
I do recommend looking at I, if for nothing else, the sheer insanity of what it does.
Liking the environment design.
That demon has no face.
Oh
If
yeah.
it must scream.
But this is meant to be a spin-off in the same universe. Dealing with the demons coming out of what was referred to in I as the metastrumatic force. What that is never fully explained, but it's legally distinct chaos. So, next is Danmaku Unlimited, which is another case of me indulging in my love for shmup.
Alright, I'm getting Ikaruga flashbacks.
Near Automata for me, but that's because I've played it recently.
I don't see Ikaruga in this because you're not phase switching. But it will certainly be an interesting approach. Somebody screwed up because I don't think I'm supposed to be seeing promotional poster and promotion on the thing, but I got the video straight off of Gematsu, so blame them. But and we have one of the bigger ones that showed up for THQ's direct event earlier in August. Darksiders, a franchise I thought that was in dormancy, is coming back with 4.
You will be hunted. The White City for certain. The Council. And there will be others. You would wage this war alone?
No. Not alone.
Hello, War. Haven't seen you in a while.
And I believe that those are the other horsemen.
Yep.
To characters left and right.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, the thing that was teased in the very first game over a decade ago is now following through. Since Darksiders 2 was a sidequel, 3 and Genesis were as well. This is, for the first time, we're doing a direct follow-up. A lot of the reason for that had to do with them being tied with THQ and all the bullshit. Originally, it was through Vigil Studios. Then Vigil Studios closed down and was reincarnated as Gunfire Games. The reason Darksiders Genesis was the way it was because they didn't have the budget at the time to do anything bigger than that. And with THQ reincarnated as THQ Nordic, the gang got back together. And Mario brings up, Darksiders is the little series that could. Yeah, it pretty much is. And I have defended and been a fan of Darksiders since day one, since the time I played it with brother JT at Comic-Con. I've seen some people get on the art style, but I don't know why anyone would have a hate boner for Joe Mad's art style. Joe Mad's art style is something you're not going to confuse with anything else. He also did a version of one of the Belmonts that was so good. I'm like, why did we have a full game with this design? But Joe Mad is also called Joe Maldera. I just go with Joe Mad for the sake of my sanity. And he got his start as a comic book artist in the early 2000s. And his style was very manga inspired, to the point where he's done variant covers for mangas. He's also done some really good art for some League games, specifically the Ruined King, and his Battle Chasers comic. But he mainly started as a Marvel guy, and just so you guys can get a grasp on his art style, let me share with you his Instagram. But he's been around a while. And I always appreciate seeing his style whenever I get the chance. Even though I don't like League of Legends, the League spin-off games like the Ruined King are not bad. But the whole little series.
Okay, yeah, I can very much see the manga inspiration when it comes to his art style.
Mm-hmm. But the next one we have, which recently entered early access, is Davy Jones. No, not that one. We're not playing Liar's Dice. Even though I've played Liar's Dice.
Jones, mark the date. We're going public. Operation. Launch the game. Certainty of death, small chance of success. What are we waiting for? Yes, I'm quoting a fantasy dwarf. Now, eyes sharp, ears open. We need flair. We need danger. There'll be blood. Sweat. Tears. Drown them in iron! And worst of all, that one. Perfect. The bird is on fire. Anyway, worst of all, that rotten breath of fate down your neck. You thought death was the end. Huh?
Wake up, Jones. You've got a mission to fail.
This feels like a fever dream. A Bulletstorm-like pirate game that is going very cosmic horror in its aesthetic.
weird, but in a good way.
Mm. What kind of drugs were they on, and where can I get some? But the next one we've got is DDOT, which is an acronym for something, but I can't remember what it was. And I believe this one is gonna be a whole lot of bullets involved.
Attributed denial of death.
Ah, there we go.
I'm guessing.
Infected and mutants are swarming the area. It's like they're running from something. I hope you're armed.
So we do most definitely have our twin stick shooty here. Though I think this one is going to be more twin stick survival.
Stay away from the fog. God's sake.
Brother, get the Flammenwerfer.
All of that.
And the Cryowerfer? Okay.
Interesting.
Now to the point.
The only thing I'm missing now is the Electro Warfare.
Give it a minute. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting beast, I can say that much. Now, the next one is definitely a case of what drugs were they on?
Oh boy.
And that is Densha Attack. Because
I've heard of this.
Someone decided that they were going to combine Tony Hawk with trains.
I mean, I can see it working.
It's...
Oh my god.
Choo-choo, motherfuckers!
It's a pity the train simulator name already exists. They could have gone off the whole goat simulator thing.
Yeah, this very much feels... Well, to bounce another comparison off, this very much feels Katamari in terms of style, not exact gameplay. I say that, and then something like that shows up.
Spring 2026. What kind of drugs were they on when they came out with this, and where can I get some?
Hey, you know that freestyle game where you can go anywhere and do anything? What if you did that, but you have a track?
But next up is a teaser for a little project called Destiny Code. I think I looked into this earlier in the year, but I don't recall.
I already like it better than the other game called Destiny.
Low bar.
Yeah. If not already in the ground. So, from what I'm gleaning, 8-bit when it comes to combat, but full-on anime when it comes to the character profile.
Interesting
One more
mix.
to the waifu list.
An interesting mix, but I can see it working.
I know they said 2025 early access, but it still isn't out yet. So, not quite yet.
Yeah.
But the next one, Don't Lose Aggro, is another one of... There's been a small but growing amount of games I've been seeing that are doing things that you see in MMOs but are not MMOs. I already saw this with the demo of Fellowship that I played with Char earlier in the year. And we'll definitely be seeing that again. We'll definitely be seeing that again with some other things. But Don't Lose Aggro is taking the piss on the aggro mechanic in MMOs. Specifically an MMO that specifically you're the tank, and that's all that matters is keeping aggro. So yeah, for those of you who like doing tank builds in MMOs, this one's for you.
Yep.
But you know how we were making jokes about geese and ducks earlier?
Oh no.
Well, Tiny builds on their shit again, because, ladies and gentlemen, duck side.
Making us join the duck side.
Please give us a dancer to beat up a dog.
As far as I can tell, no. And we duck shooter. Okay then.
It'd be interesting if you can only use the gun when you're in the air. I don't think that's what's going to happen, but
Am I the
Didn't
only
use
one
the name Flock Knight.
Am I the only one who's kind of done with construction mechanics? Like build your own base kind of thing.
yeah,
A little bit.
I could see it. I don't get it. I don't engage in it as often as others. The main time I engage in base building is in RTSs, where that's kind of that's not exactly the same. But next we have Eclipse Breaker.
To save the world from the traitor goddess who stole everything.
I really hate when this is a problem I have with SyncTube, where it likes to skip the first second. Sorry about that.
I gave everything to save the world from the traitor goddess who stole the sun. But then, you stopped playing.
Oh.
Ready to finish the fight, but the world is against me, and my only friends are ghosts. Even if the world has forgotten about me, I'm not giving up hope. I'm going to bring back the sun.
Raise the sun?
So, The plot seems to be like, what if that feature that Kojima added in Metal Gear Solid 3 that allowed you to defeat the end without actually fighting him was basically the concept for the premise of the game.
Yeah, that seems to be the case, which I suspect there's going to be a lot more fourth wall breaks in this.
Most likely. I'm liking how it looks so far, though. What is it? The early PS2, late PS1 stage graphics?
Late PS1, I'd say.
Okay.
But next up we have Entropy, which no relation to any scheme that Cube is doing. Probably because he's too busy getting shot at.
Oh, there's a demo of Eclipse Breaker out.
But Entropy here is definitely trying to channel that PS1 texture warp.
Oh, definitely. This is what happens to the Mushroom Kingdom.
So we have this weird post-apocalyptic dark fantasy, though I'm not sure if it's post-apocalyptic here, so take that with a grain of salt, that is doing turn-based. And I have a distinct feeling that there are going to be certain folk who are going to pretend, oh, nobody's doing turn-based these days, because all that they know of somebody doing turn-based nowadays is Expedition 33, and they want to pretend that things like Sea of Stars didn't happen. But I'd like to see a bit more than it just doing turn-based, though the visual style is certainly interesting to me. I don't know why, but I keep being reminded of Mobius and the kind of art that he would do. But then we have a follow-up to one that I've covered in the past, The Eternal Life of Goldman, asking, can fairy tales hurt? The answer to that question is yes. It's called The Brothers Grimm.
Do you remember when you
Matt. I can't say I ever met him. It's more like he burst in like a hurricane.
Oh, like last week when the roofs across the street got blown away?
I was certainly blown away. I remember thinking he was the first beautiful person I had ever seen in my life.
What? That old man?
Actually, he was in his early 30s then.
That's what I said. An old man.
Well, for an old man, he sure was full of life. And inventive. He had a lot of dreams. And it turned out I had dreams of my own. He got greedy. And I realized I needed to be greedy sometimes too. He could be cruel. And
Isn't it bad to be greedy?
And he'd never shut up. But
Thank
that
God,
stupid
there we
treasure. He kept studying his maps, poring over his notes, over and over and over again.
What's wrong with treasures?
He may be an old man to you, but when he was blabbering on about treasure, I saw a boy.
What's wrong with boys?
Was I not a fool for believing a boy?
Maybe he was just gonna...
I said, was I not a fool for believing a boy?
I don't know, Mom. I guess if the treasure...
Can't you hear what I am telling you? He dreamed of nonsense. He was greedy.
We have to
Nonsense.
head out.
He was
Nope.
cruel
No worries.
because of
This thing.
nonsense.
And it's
He
annoying.
filled my head with
Hey, guys.
nonsense, and I believed in nonsense. And one day,
Mom, if you don't want...
and one day he will come back and pay for everything. Do you understand me or not?
Well, that escalated quickly.
Mom, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Mom, I'm sorry. You're right, Mom. You're right. Mom, can you hear me? I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Okay? Okay, Mom? Mom?
The last time I covered the Eternal Life of Goldman, it seemed a very bright affair, but it looks like they are tackling both sides of fairy tales. Because let's not forget, fairy tales used to be a warning. I realize a lot of people have forgotten that due to the Disney effect, but that was the case. But next is one of the rare grand strategy affairs that I've had on the list. After becoming a long-standing meme with way too much DLC, a new Europa Universalis is coming around with its 5th entry. Are they going with the whole world this time? I guess we are. Imagine the insanity if you have the Kingdom of Sweden conquering that much of Europe. But Europa Universalis has been the poster boy of the grand strategy genre. The key of it is take some of the concepts you might have seen in various 4Xs and just scale it up to the damn planet. But Jack, how familiar are you with Toho?
Not very well. Sorry.
Yeah. Because obviously Toho's been kind of a poster child for bullet hell. But because of the fact that it's always been independent, it's easy for other people to make their own Toho fan games or official games, and for the next one, that is very much what it is doing. Because someone decided, hey, let's take Super Robot Wars and mix it with Toho. And obviously a name like Fantasy Maiden Wars, you're not even trying to hide your influence there. But for what we've got next, it is Fate Trigger, which I have a feeling I'm going to be adding this to the waifu count I'm sending over to Coops.
Where calamity began, this trial shall end. Awakeners, prepare for the final confrontation.
I'm not completely good.
I don't want to shoot at the waifus.
I am a bit iffy because of my history with BR, which I'm definitely getting that vibe here. I could be wrong though. We'll find out next year when the game hits early access. But
says it's a hero-based tactical shooter,
which doesn't tell me a whole lot.
Tells me it sounds like an Overwatch clone, just with better looking characters.
Though clone is a bit overused. And I had to deal with some folks saying Quartet was a Octopath clone earlier this week.
Well, I guess
it's kind of.
I guess the question is, what does it add?
How about Overwatch-like? Is that better?
Yeah, I'm not even sure if it's in that vein. And I remember there was that one idiot who had tried to claim that Mecha Break was just Overwatch with mechs, which is a very surface level take. It's one that you can only do when you are trying to be cynical to look like one of the cool kids. Again, performative cynicism. I keep using that phrase because it keeps applying. But the next one, Fate Keeper, was another one that dropped as part of the THQ showcase.
Komu tanho kure aratakura. Zantu kakoran shipa.
Definitely look like you've been underground.
Kitoma. Uchi Kitoma. Lebok. Jolga fan Kurabakut. Tuho Tankre. Rutagarun Shoklitantifa. Zendakan Paritoma.
That's a lot of skulls.
For the throne.
Wild armor, though.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's got a stamina system for attacks. Some nice graphics, that's for sure.
Wow. Yeah, that's beautiful.
I know some people are going to call this a Souls-like, but this is more of a Kingsfield-like.
Well, what does Souls-like even mean anymore?
Which, the original Demon Souls was a successor to Kingsfield. But Kingsfield is notorious for how unforgiving it can be. Well, he's got a splitting headache.
Utan Ketoanshi. Utan Veta Keeper.
Okay, the kerning on that font is driving me nuts.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe the P is a little off.
No, the T has too much spacing afterward.
I was looking at the P. The P has too much spacing after.
Oh, and Fate Keeper?
Mm-hmm.
I was talking about coming to early access on the PC this winter.
Oh, I see. I see. Yeah. Oh my. Oh yeah. I was wondering what you were talking about. No, that's real bad.
Is that meant to be significant somehow? Like, I can't imagine that this got past quality assurance without it being some kind of thing they did on purpose.
Coming to early access on PC that to his went.
I look at it as a consequence of the developers probably don't have English as their first language.
I mean, that's not even... I think that's just a full-on space there.
Mm-hmm. But earlier I talked about games that are doing MMO things but aren't MMOs. And Fellowship, which I did play the demo of during Next Fest earlier this year, alongside Char and a few of her friends, is very much trying to do the MMO thing, but only focused on raiding. And taking a simplified approach to it, where the monk character in it was actually a tank, which is not something I see often.
In an epic realm of ancient magic and unspeakable horrors, one truth stands eternal. Adventures aren't for those who wait. They are for warriors. All dungeons, all the time. Join fellow brave souls to answer the call. The farther you push, the greater the peril.
And yeah, this is definitely channeling WoW. This is definitely channeling WoW with that style.
Choose your hero and adapt your style.
And of course, they're gonna have Spin win.
Find your fellowship this fall.
Next month. Of course, I had to bring in tactics. How could I not?
him? Do my eyes deceive me? The leader, he lives.
The Order has been commanded to undertake an operation to eliminate the brigade.
All right, lads. Cut through these and we're as good as fled.
I hear you were decorated for your first victory, Ramza. They sing your praise from on high. You do honor to our name, my brother, and to me.
You nobles, sir, are all the same. What do you think makes you so special? Birth? Blood? We fight to end the aristocracy, not to become it.
All of Ivalice is in turmoil.
The crown strays. It must be led back onto the path.
Hear me, Ramza. Become a knight worthy of your name.
Fight with honor and trust in your steel. No holding back! You are noble!
It is always my happy place to see a Marlboro get fucked
My
over.
only sister is taken by cutthroats, and you would have me calm? I would not go out of my way to rescue some common maid.
Delita, we must away! Delita!
Ramza, you will know the path you must walk. A Beowulf can walk no other.
Kind of iffy on doing that kind of pre-order bonus, but it is what it is. But I feel like this is trying to be the definitive take on tactics. And for those people who get bitchy about the changes, they have that accounted for. But I actually need to step away for 1 minute, so I'm gonna hit the BRB. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, me saying take a Watsy is basically the euphemism for going to the bathroom. Because fuck the Watsy. But I believe the next one we've got on the list is Flickshot Row, which is supposed to be coming out on the 17th. Oh, that's what they mean by Flickshot. I get it. He's dead, Jim. Well, the name is certainly apropos.
What are you looking at, you hockey puck?
That is pretty much what we're doing here. I guess I'd liken it to the coin flicking game that you play at bar tables when you're completely bored at a restaurant just waiting for your food. You know, take 3 quarters, flick it so that it keeps going in between so that one keeps going in between the other two. But the next one, Gallipoli, I believe this is another Paradox joint, or at least Paradox adjacent. Nope, never mind. This was the World War I game that I came across. Which, if this was a World War II shooter, I would have slept. A World War I shooter where automatic weapons are not as much of a thing, that is going to get my attention. Especially since the last major one we got was Battlefield 1, which was almost a decade ago. And I'm going to assume we will have a bayonet charge.
Wait, I'm looking at it online. It's multiplayer. I would love a World War I game with single player.
Battlefield 1's single player campaign is still up there, so there is that. And it did have the bayonet charge.
I'm just hoping that I could do war crimes, you know, seeing as I'm Canadian and all.
Yeah, the Geneva checklist, we all know about that. But next one is one I grabbed kind of blind, and that is Godbreakers.
Escape from what you humans have unleashed. Because of you, the sun is dying. We had no choice but to intervene. No choice but to allow you to return.
Okay, are we going character action with this?
Remember that you don't have to fight this alone.
given this kind of combat style, it's certainly going to be higher up on the radar than others. And being able to indulge my polearm brain rot certainly can't hurt. But the other what's next is a 1-2 punch of the other major thing that came out of THQ's showcase, and that is the return of Gothic. Which, as far as video game RPGs in Germany, Gothic is the game. And it is getting a full-on remake, and the original trilogy is getting remastered.
Have you ever wondered why the formation of the barrier went out of control? I know the other mages haven't, but I'm not like the other mages. I see everything. And I see how the barrier affects all living things in this God's-forsaken colony.
Yeah, Gothic is a prison colony. So think fantasy Alcatraz and you're not far off.
Every convict will eventually...
Alcatraz, not Australia?
The old camp, with their pitiful illusion of order and safety. And yes, the so-called Brotherhood of the Sleeper, worshipping their mysterious god. They might be onto something. And the orcs. Well, you might dismiss their culture as primitive, but it would be prudent to study them carefully. Maybe the key to all of this lies buried deep under their sanctuaries. I cannot unravel these mysteries all alone. I need allies. Allies who look out for more than their own survival. Allies who accomplish things you might have considered impossible. Allies I will meet soon enough.
I remember a tech demo for this Gothic remake coming out about a year ago. Having some issues, but hopefully they've fixed those issues come release. It is looking promising.
Speaking of demos, there's actually one available right now.
Fancy that. Like I said, we're not quite done. The reason they're calling it Complete Classic is I think they're adding all the expansions to Gothic 2, and there were several. I can skip that one because it's covering what we already saw. But then we have the fact that IllFonic is coming back. They had gotten a lot of attention on themselves due to how well they did Friday the 13th. And the only reason they stopped doing Friday the 13th wasn't because of the fact that they didn't want to anymore, but Friday the 13th has been stuck in litigation hell because a couple of major parties who are involved with it are arguing over who owns it. And while that is going on, no Friday the 13th thing can be worked on. So if they can't do Friday the 13th, their thinking was, well, let's do Halloween then.
A quiet town. Just like hundreds of other small towns all across America. A town just like yours. But it was here, on October 31st, 1963. No motive, no warning, no provocation, just senseless death. I met him 15 years ago. I thought there was hope, that he could be reached. But what I met was not a child. No emotion. Perhaps not even human. 15 years later, he returned home. But what happened that night was only the beginning. It wasn't just a killing spree, it was a reckoning.
Whoa, whoa, calm down. He was going for me to... come on, come on, we have to go.
No. You can't stop him. You can't reason with him. You can't kill the boogeyman.
Interesting that they're going to be going
single player and multiplayer.
That is an interesting move. I originally assumed that it was going to be what they had done with Friday the 13th, just using Halloween, which I don't think anyone would have had a problem with. If they're doing single player as well, that changes things.
It also raises the question of what's Dead by Daylight going to have to do with their version of the character now.
I imagine there's not going to change with that. Worst case scenario, they take the thing off and give refunds. But
or do what they did with the Stranger Things DLC a while back and just prevent people from buying it, but let the existing owners still use it.
Mm-hmm. That is the most likely situation. But next up is another case in the growing amount of high-quality looking beat-em-ups. This time focused on He-Man.
Yeah!
Last Castle Grayskull is mine!
Not so fast, Skeletor.
Whoa, what's happening? He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, Dragon Pearl of Destruction coming soon to all platforms?
Yes, it's He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, Dragon Pearl of Destruction. Intense beat-em-up action that puts the power in your hands. Grab a friend and fight for Eternia with 4 playable heroes. Classic arcade controls. It's powered-up pixel perfection for your gaming console or personal computer. He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, Dragon Pearl of Destruction, coming soon.
Whoever decided that they needed to do it like an old toy commercial, my hat's off to you.
we need to bring back old-fashioned toy commercials.
Yeah. I know that there was one other fighting game out of Brazil that was doing something similar, where it was taking the whole having your toys fight each other quite literally. But for the next one, I already mentioned that there's not a whole lot of shooters taking place in World War I. Another conflict that you don't see a lot of shooters for is Vietnam.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, I have seen a grand total of 2. And
Does the
none of-
Far Cry 5 DLC count?
No. Because it's DLC, not a full game.
Fair enough.
But the team behind Hell Let Loose, which was also doing World War One, is doing a Vietnam take on their mechanics.
Product not yet rated.
So who's hearing sympathy for the devil in the back of their heads?
How about Clearwater Revival?
I love the smell of napalm in the morning. It smells like victory. I am curious if they're going to be using any of the tanks, like the Thing, also known as the Omos. But for the next one, as I said to my brother earlier in the month, good night, sweet meme. I had said for the longest time that I would only talk about Hollow Knight Silk Song when we actually get a proper release date. And now we have. After years of being a long-running meme, the meme is dead.
That character's name was Hornet, right?
I believe.
It's been a hot minute since. In any case, the character seems to be a bit more acrobatic than the previous protagonist. It'd be really hilarious as if that one bit was actually something that's part of gameplay as opposed to just a cutscene of sorts.
Mm-hmm. So September 4th.
3 days, folks.
Mm-hmm. 3 days, and that means things will get interesting. Cure had said, "Does this mean Thundercats will get a beat 'em up soon?" Probably not, because the owners of Thundercats don't seem to know what the hell they're doing. Or if they do and I do not trust them because of experience. But next is what's going to be the newest joint from Suda 51, which means prepare for batshit. Suda 51 is the poster boy for "No, I cannot be normal."
Now,
Fuck normal.
West Virginia. Hey, is that GPS broken or something? No.
Oh, and he's working with Swery, another person who can't do anything normal.
It's working properly.
Throw in Yoko Taro and we'd have a trifecta.
What? I thought we just went back into West Virginia.
Now, entering.
All those who obstruct the transmission of justice will be banished, even if it's a goddamn GPS.
How am I supposed to know where to go now? Keep your eyes on the road!
Wait, what?
I was about to say.
Yeah, it seems like we're going with a Metroidvania approach, and then suddenly Final Fantasy. Oh, all right, never mind. It's Swery and Suda 51, and I haven't seen Swery do a whole lot in quite a while. So
and now we know why.
Swery is another one of those developers who, whenever he shows up on something, you never know what you're gonna get. But speaking of not knowing what you're gonna get, ladies and gentlemen, Toxic Commando, because John Carpenter is entering the video game production end of things. Took you long enough.
Improvise!
Saber's been getting a lot of work lately.
Liar, liar! Zombie They're wrecking our ride!
Could use some help now.
I need some first. Can you all please cover me?
Whatever works.
Oh, that's pretty metal.
Mm-hmm. Is this supposed to be the hidden fourth part of the Apocalypse trilogy, Carpenter? But...
Nerd!
Next is what was previously referred to as Jump Ship, but retitled Jump Space.
Wonder why they changed it.
I think because another game was going to be using the name Jump Ship.
Hmm.
Also, I don't know why, but that ship reminds me of the USS Defiant. Also known as Ben Sisko's motherfucking pimp hand. So we have on-foot combat and space combat. I'd say this looks like it's doing what Starfield should have done, but there's a lot of things Starfield should have done. A whole lot of things. Enough things that it would look like the List of Jericho. But what's next on the list before I ended up hitting the limit is Kaidan, which I can best describe as a shooter mixed with Japanese folk horror.
We seeker. I gave you a second chance. In return, hunt down those that hide from me. So go now and slay Seeker.
He's dead, Jim.
Lest you wash up again on my shores, your frail body shattered and broken.
If it's going to be going with Japanese horror, I do wonder how long it's going to take before the Yuki Onna makes an appearance. But while I get the rest of it ready, let me hit the BRB on stream. ladies and gentlemen. Sorry about that. That was my phone. The problem with your mic. It's the problem when I have my mic on and my phone on my desk. But for this next one, Kingdoms of the Dump, I came across this years ago, around 5 or 6 years ago, and it's gotten a lot of showcases. It's been in the conversation when it comes to the indie RPG scene. It is a literal trash RPG. That is the best way for me to describe it. I mean, you kind of got the hint with the fact that you had a knight who had a garbage can lid for a head.
Oh, you meant literal, not figurative literal.
Yeah, you're a trash can.
Well, now I'm not going to know what to think whenever the reviews say it's hot garbage. I like in that context, that could be a good thing.
This feels like a fever dream. The Lands of Pill. Garbage Day.
Well, let's find out if this is going to be shitty or not.
If they could get away with it, this would be the perfect game to have as a hidden boss, the Great Mighty Pooh.
That would be the perfect game.
Obviously, that can't happen because of the whole thing with Rare, but let a guy dream, damn it.
Yeah, maybe they could do something similar, like the Turd God or something.
But next is another one I grabbed a bit blind. La Divina Commedia. Obviously, the Divine Comedy in game form. And for some reason it ended up getting skipped. So
Nanny.
I was like, why is that? Why is it showing stuff that I didn't? God damn it, I'm gonna have to. Oh, I know why. I know why. I forgot about Kitsune. And we ended up skipping Kitsune on accident.
Oops.
My mouse likes to double click sometimes. So what I'm going to do is move this all the way up. So instead we'll show Cromlech, and then we'll get to Kitsune, and then the Divine Comedy.
Hello and welcome. My name is Pavel Makal. I'm a PR and community manager at Perun Creative, and today I'd like to introduce you to our upcoming game, Cromlech. Cromlech is an action-adventure RPG set in a gritty, low-fantasy world inspired by Celtic mythology and old-school sword and sorcery vibes. You play as Kronek, an adventurer in the dangerous kingdom of Gwern, where most beings outmatch you. Whether you become a hero is entirely up to you. The game is structured into a 30-day cycle, each day counting, each decision costly. If you die, you lose the day, and time is your most precious resource. At the heart of gameplay lies the crisis system, major events that threaten the realm. Ignoring them has lasting consequences called world scars. Fail to stop raiders and they might torch villages or grow stronger. Let several crises slip and the difficulty will eat you alive.
Some people might
what is
want
a crisis? It's not a mere quest, rather it's a complex web of events and relationships that brings new opportunities and massively influences the region where it takes place. It can even change the geography, open new paths or close the old ones. And not all outcomes are immediate, they can come to haunt you later when you least expect it. A good example is the Bandit Crisis. A band of marauders starts to terrorize the region, but it seems they are gathering resources to escape up north because of some evil lurking underground. You have quite a lot of options to deal with this, including siding with the bandits, manipulating another gang into conflict with them, or asking gods or maybe demons for help. The choice is yours, and so are the consequences. The world is fully handcrafted, scenic, deadly, and alive. From dungeons and villages to towering cliffs and cursed ruins, there's always something to discover, or someone to kill. At Perun Creative, we love classic RPGs like Gothic, and Cromlech is the kind of game we've always wanted to play. We can't wait to share it with you. Until next time, take care.
You know, if they didn't say it, I was going to say I was getting Gothic vibes. But I'd want to see more. I see what their loop is going to be, but I'd want to see more of how things are actually going to play. As I understand it, Cromlech is still fairly early in development.
They certainly need to work on optimization.
Mm-hmm.
But I can tell the Unreal Engine is giving them lag in the trailer.
Mm-hmm.
Looks good, though.
Yeah. But then we have Kitsune. The Journey of Arashino.
Yeah, when this showed up and you said it was La Divina Commedia, I was like, this is a very interesting take on that story.
Wait, fruit sushi? How the hell do you do that?
Fruit and rice. Sushi refers to the rice, not the fish.
It still doesn't feel right.
さあさあ、光の大安売り、今宵だけの大サービス。そんじょそこらの豆電球とは比較にならない。暗い夜道に寂しい夜に、疲れた体に万能の光。
I'd say Kitsune is definitely leaning into a horror puzzler, but I appreciated doing the pre-rendered background setup. But now we have La Divina Commedia.
I don't suppose we could have gotten an English translation for that quote.
Hey, mister, you might want to get those nails cut.
Looks to be fairly smooth. I like that.
Yeah. Although the enemy we have here, for whatever reason, reminds me of the Beast of Gevadon in Brotherhood of the Wolf. Abandon hope, ye who enter here. Which does make me wonder if they're calling it the Divine Comedy. Are they only going to focus on Inferno, or are they going to do Paradiso as well?
Good question. Maybe they're saving Paradiso for a sequel or something. I don't know how the ordering of those things went in the original.
It was Inferno and then Paradiso.
Okay.
But most people have only read Inferno when they've read the Divine Comedy. They forget about Paradiso, which is Dante going to heaven. But next we have something that's going to be a teaser for a full reveal at TGS, and that is Limit Zero Breakers.
神の書庫に行けばあらゆる願いを叶えることができるんだって。
失われた記憶の賭けだ。取り戻せないって思ってたんだよ。お前に出会うまでは。
もしお主が伝説のリリーサーなのか？
ふっ。え？
この変態！
Good lord, Mappa, take a break. You are inescapable.
使命感は今だけ忘れて自分の夢のために進みましょう。世界を救うことが全てじゃないもの。
I hear Mappa, and all I can think of is Vegeta, Vegeta, Vegeta.
Damn it, Nappa. Even though when I've gone to certain conventions, I end up going, look, Vegeta, more short people.
You're certainly tall enough to cosplay as Nappa.
I'm not bald enough.
That's what they make those skull caps for.
I was bald enough at one point, but you only need cold air on your scalp once to realize that is a terrible idea. Because I was bald in the autumn, in the middle of a cold forest. But next, earlier Mario had called Darksiders the little game that could. If there's another entry that feels like that, it's Lords of the Fallen. There was the original one on the I believe it was PS4, that felt like a Souls-like, but also not quite. Then they've done this full reboot, which is actually quite good. And now that reboot is getting a sequel.
Our gods have forsaken us for fear of the coming darkness consumes all but you, Lampbearer. Something stirs within you. Something ancient.
I absolutely dig the armor designs in this game.
So I ask you, will you harness this darkness within and deliver unto our so-called lords retribution? But should you fall, the world falls with you.
Aesthetically, it looks good, but
To wishlist now.
I just have a bit of an issue with trailers that are nothing but big CGI cutscenes.
Oh, this was their announcement.
I want to see gameplay, dang it.
This only was just announced 2 weeks ago.
I know. Well, I mean, I don't know. I know it now, but you know, it's just a pet peeve of mine.
But CI Games has had a redemption arc, and as it shows there, the last update they did, they put in a free Friends Pass and shared progression on co-op modes. Which is always a nice touch. CI Games had a rough start, but with things like the Surge 2 and with this rebooted Lords of the Fallen, they've found a way to recover. And I'd imagine that 2 is going to play similar to 1 in terms of being a Souls-like where you're going between worlds. That was one of the big things with the original. You had the physical and spirit world, kind of like in Soul Reaver, though on a much larger scale. Especially since Soul Reaver was more about puzzles. Even its combat was a puzzle. But the next one is one that is a spin-off of Lost Eidolons. Lost Eidolons itself is, I guess I could describe as, take Fire Emblem and go dark fantasy with it.
Where am I? Hello, my champion. So soon you return.
Champion?
Do you think it easy for me to part the veil of death?
Are you saying I'm dead?
Your world is a sorrowful place. Each time I restore you, a stitch is torn free. Through that breach, the mists of the abyss flow ever more into the living world. Their corrupting influence grows stronger, spreads further.
We're coming back to life in the middle of battle?
If you do not achieve victory ere long, there are worse fates than death.
Jargon.
Let us hope your next attempt fares better.
And I think the only thing that Lost Eidolons wasn't doing out of Fire Emblem is the weapon triangle. And also weapon durability, which I'm perfectly fine with because fuck weapon durability. I hated it when I hated it in my early years as a gamer. I will never not hate it. Even in games I would have otherwise liked. Like, I enjoy Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom to a point. But whoever decided to do the whole weapon durability thing should be flogged.
I just wish there was a way to upgrade your weapons so where you could make them permanent after certain steps, but can't get that.
But
so much for regrets.
Mm-hmm. But next we have Lost Helden, which is very much in the turn-based end of the spectrum. Actually, no, I had that confused with something else. My bad. But I do like this whole hand-painted approach that Lost Helden is going with its environments. No, instead, Lost Helden is going the action route, which I know some people are going to lament, but this idea that I've seen some people have where turn-based is this relic that is only brought back every once in a generation. That's not true. People who make that argument can claim that it is, but that doesn't match reality.
I can barely think of any that were released within the last couple of decades.
I feel like I should do that memory of a goldfish meme with some of the people. Like, finally, we have a turn-based RPG. or finally turn-based is back, and it just shows like a dozen different games that came out in the last 5 years.
You can mix it with the Jimmy Neutron meme where it's like, gee, this is the third turn-based game first turn-based game you've shown us in the last week.
I did do that gag when I was making fun of Zack Snyder for Rebel Moon. It's like, oh, you're doing a sci-fi version of the Seven Samurai. Like, that hasn't been done to death. But next is one that I've talked about plenty of times, and will continue to, now that the game is out, but Lost Soul aside. I know there's been some optimization issues that have led to some people slamming the thing and say that hype is dead. Those people are a bunch of fair weather fucks, so screw 'em. I have been waiting on this for 9 years.
Let me be your vengeance. The blade in your hand.
Lost Soul aside is definitely in the character action and things from everything we've seen. And I am here for it.
My only complaint of what I've seen so far is just there's a part where the main character screams, and it makes me want to apologize to Al Weaver for all the things I said about his performance in Xenoblade Chronicles 2.
There's a full-on brain rot.
But I don't know, maybe the rest of the voice acting is perfectly fine.
You can always do an alternate dub track, so...
Yep, exactly.
Now we have my polearm brain rot. The pole blade didn't quite cut it because it was still one-handed. I do like that UI setup when it comes to weapon swapping, how integrated it looks. But for the next one, this is one that I did talk about a month ago. We just didn't have full details, and now that I do, comparing what's being done to MVC doesn't quite feel right anymore. That being Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls, which somehow managed to make a version of Kamala Khan not shit. Probably because they just looked at the character and then didn't look at the writing of the comics. But Arc System Works has gotten a hold of Marvel. At least when it comes to doing a Marvel fighter.
皆さんこんにちは。マーベル闘魂ファイティングソウルズディレクターパチこと関根和人です。この後の
gauge to zero, earning you a round win. The team who takes
now some of the
rounds
basic
first
stuff I'm
wins the
gonna be
match.
skipping.
アーマーの調整
Simply
Forward
because
twice, or press the dash button to perform a dash.
It's just
Quickly
doing
tap back twice, or press back and the dash button.
It's just doing the basic stuff.
You can perform a variety of skills using different combinations of directional inputs and the skill button. Press the skill button, medium, and a directional input to perform a variation of that skill.
I feel like the quick skill thing that they're doing is an incarnation of simple mode that you would see in, say, MVC 3.
Pressing the skill button, heavy, and a directional input costs you 25 skill gauge, but allows you to use the EX version of that skill, called an extra skill. Skills are not limited to the skill button. Command inputs can also be used to perform skills. Skills performed with command inputs deal slightly more damage. Super skills are powerful special moves that cost 50 skill gauge. They can be activated by pressing the skill button, medium, and heavy simultaneously. Ultimate skills pack even more of a punch and cost 100 skill gauge. They can be activated by pressing the skill button, medium, heavy, and forward simultaneously. Both super and ultimate skills can deal serious damage when worked into a combo. Link Attack allows you to perform a combo by pressing attack buttons repeatedly. Press light repeatedly to execute a light route combo. This combo calls in allies to perform a series of attacks.
So there's our
using a
assist.
skill attack, sending the opponent flying.
Just using the
Press
whole
medium
squad.
repeatedly to execute a medium route combo. This combo features a skill attack and finishes with a super skill. Press heavy repeatedly to execute a heavy route combo. This heavy hitting combo features an extra skill before ending with an ultimate skill. You can change routes midway during the link attack as well, such as going from light to medium to heavy. The assist attack in the light route powers up with the more
Also,
allies you
can I
have
just say that
available
Iron Man's
in your
design
team.
here is he was
Slam
watching
launcher.
some Toku when he was
Press
designing
down
that
and
suit.
heavy near the opponent to launch them into the air with the slam launcher. After launching the opponent, you have a set duration of time to perform a series of follow-up attacks while mid-air. With a few attacks in, press
skip ahead a
down
little
and
bit.
heavy to hits or during your ally's standby animation. If you've summoned multiple assists, you can tag in with the last ally called in. A tag cannot be performed if either your lead character or ally are hit by an opponent's attack during the assist. There are various types of assemble assist actions. The assist attacks will change depending on the slot each ally is in. If an ally is summoned in mid-air or after performing an attack with the lead character. When calling an assist while on the ground, the assist attack type is determined by which slot you are calling in. Tapping assist summons the ally in the first slot to perform a shooter assist, generally using projectiles. The down and assist input summons the ally in the second slot to perform a vertical assist, generally with an
And there was the bigger
Assemble
part of it.
rush. Pressing assist after your lead character lands an attack brings in an ally to perform a lunging attack. This costs 1 bar of assemble gauge, but it is highly versatile to keep a combo going or to cover for a blocked attack. Assemble Smash is a powerful attack that lets you endure hits from the start of your move and until just before your attack lands. On contact, you can spend your assemble
No turtling
gauge to
for you.
perform a follow-up attack by pressing the assist button. Each ally's follow-up attack costs 1 bar of assemble gauge, but garners stronger effects. The aerial version is a lunging move that tracks to the opponent's position. Direction and assist during a super skill calls in an ally to perform their super skill. After the attack, the called-in ally will be swapped in as the lead character. Super Assemble can be performed up to 2 times in a row, making it an effective option, capable of unleashing 3 characters' super skills in one fell swoop. It costs 50 skill gauge each time to activate, so keep an eye on your gauges when you go for it. Crossover is a defensive technique that calls in an ally to cut in while you block. This can be executed by inputting assist and light while blocking, and is a great option to go on the offense, as it lets you interrupt the opponent's attacks. However, the opponent can counter this with their own Crossover Reflect. Crossover Reflect can be performed by pressing assist and light during the opponent's upper hand. This mechanic can be tough to master, but give it a shot once you get a hang of the controls.
One other thing that I is an interesting move that they did is that quick skills can be done with a simple input, but if you do the full input, you will do more damage. It's a nice little teaching tool. But I think Tokon I think there's a lot more than just being MVC3, but with 4 characters instead of 3. There's a bit more to the madness, from what I'm seeing. I would like to see who else they plan on putting in and how they're going to take it. But if I might be a bit biased, but if Moon Knight is in, then so am I. I mean, I'm already in, but I'd want to see how they'd handle his brand of crazy. And whether or not he's going to get his money.
Honestly, this is not my kind of game, but more power to everyone who is totally into fighters.
But next up is one that I did demo about 2 weeks ago. Metal Eden. This is done by the same team that did Ruiner, which I very much like. And I can best describe Metal Eden as Doom 2016 meets Blame.
I warned them of the erosion.
Couldn't you help it?
They didn't see it until it was too late. Maybe by wanting more than we need, we brought darkness into this world. It's time we drop these inferior shells. Release ourselves from the chains that bind us.
I remember you. What you did.
They messed up your mind. Don't let them keep doing it, Ashka. We can make things right.
I'm afraid your time is up.
Show me that you are better than that. I'll bring it to whatever end.
I will protect the citizens. From you.
Let's shine together.
Oh, it's dropping tomorrow.
And there's a demo out now.
Yeah, I played through the demo. It is, some of the fights were a little bit confined, but it was probably early stages. I'd imagine later ones are going to open up more, and they certainly did. Originally, the game was going to be called Final Form, but they decided to retitle it Metal Eden because Final Form is a dumb name, unless you're playing a DBZ parody or something. But next is another entry from...
Not to mention all the amount of...
Good.
Just going to say, not to mention the amount of people would be saying, this isn't even my final form about the game after its release.
Yeah, pretty much.
Anyway, continue.
Yeah, but next is another entry from Playism, who's another studio that always does very interesting things, known as Million Depth. so it's not exactly doing a Metroidvania approach here. But rather, I get the vibe of something like Transistor.
That and I'll be frank, I'm getting a lot of the VTuber vibes from this. I don't know why though.
But next is a... I only found out about this thanks to Kira. Not our Akira, but Kira over in the Magi Knight server. Mirage Miracle Quest.
Now I'm just remembering that Persona 4 animation episode. I'm the magical hero love line.
At first I thought it was going to be doing random cards for your actions, but it looks like that's not the case. So I'm pretty sure that we could do a drinking game out of the number of cat jokes that'll happen.
We're probably going to wind up dead of liver poisoning as a result.
No, I'll just cause an alcohol shortage. But next is one that I've covered a few times. That being Mistfall Hunter, which is going through its third beta. Blasphemer seems interesting here. I always like a combat mage.
So is this like a waifu to the hunter simulation or whatever?
No.
No, stop! I am no coward. I do not retreat. I am the commander of Brandenburg. This fortress shall be your grave.
Depending on scheduling, I may try out the beta, but we will see. But obviously, Nintendo did have a Direct in August, and there were a few things that I saw on it that I thought were worth covering here. And one of them is Monster Hunter Stories 3. giant egg.
I feel like they chose that shade of blue for a very specific reason, but I can't think of what.
Color contrast?
Possibly.
Our ignorance is proving fatal. The encroachment threatens to drive our people out of house and home. But this divide has brought our two kingdoms to the brink of war.
And you are the sole Rathalos rider in Azuria.
My people have been driven into a corner, and the point of no return is looming before us.
Can't afford not to go. I cross the meridian and keep going. Ratha! But it won't be for long.
I can hear them. Two sounds. Overlapping each other.
Twin Rathalos. Interesting. Until I see something otherwise, I'm assuming it's gonna be playing the way that the last few Monster Hunter stories have gone, which is more in the turn-based RPG approach. And it is going to Steam and Switch 2, unfortunately. But next we have Moonlighter 2: The Endless Vault. The original Moonlighter I haven't streamed, but I have played. It's actually pretty good. Adventure to get stuff, then sell stuff in your shop. That's the loop. Early access, October 23rd. Not too bad. But next, it's highly unlikely that we're going to be seeing anything in a Battle Network game. So other people are stepping up, and in some cases going a bit fighter with certain things. This is Netcode Warriors. Although maybe I should have been drawing upon Digimon Frontier with my comparisons with this. Yeah, someone was clearly studying Digimon Frontiers with these designs. Hello, Goemon. Or a legally distinct Goemon, but seriously, how could I not draw that comparison with that look? Wait, what? It looked like a Toku version of a Gundam. I do remember seeing this particular project at during the reveals at Evo. So because even Evo is doing game showcases. And again, it could be worse. You could be watching a Smash tournament, or smelling a Smash tournament. No, I'm not.
I think I'll pass on the line.
Yeah, but one of the other things that I thought was worth talking about from Nintendo Direct was Octopath Traveler 0.
In the beginning, there was nothing. Everything began with the birth of Orsa, mother of all. She created our world, the land of Orstera.
We'll need to finish the first one.
On your journey. Yes, I suppose the time is right. You're finally ready.
We've come to join your little lighting ceremony.
You have a death wish?
Wishville. I wish I could see everyone here laughing and smiling just one more time. Are you going to rebuild Wishville? Or are you going to find the people who took our home from us?
Witness a tale of beginnings that unfolds across Orstera.
That's one big ass party. But if Zero is
Traveler 0
gonna be about rebuilding your village, well, we haven't had that kind of thing since Dark Cloud. So why not let someone take that reign? But last month when I did this, we showcased that we are getting a new Onimusha known as Way of the Sword, a kind of soft reboot, with instead of Samanosuke as the protagonist, Miyamoto Musashi as it. There was a 10-minute gameplay demonstration that was on YouTube, but by the time I got it, it was taken down. It might be re-uploaded elsewhere, but I can't say. But we do have some new footage for Onimusha, so I'm not completely empty-handed.
Where are my manners? Hello there, fallen samurai.
To think something like this was right under the city. What fearsome power! Be careful!
Oh, righteous! And after everything you and your
Creepy.
kind put him through too. Were you feeling left out? Here, let me show you something to cheer you up.
Very creepy.
Okay, what is with the RE engine having such muted color schemes? I don't understand it.
I don't have time for these stupid games.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Anyway, do enjoy.
Oh, that looks ominous.
I'll chop you up faster than an onion in an infomercial.
So we have Steam ports for both Onimusha 1 and 2. What about the rest? Are we going to get Demon Siege? Are we going to get Demon Siege anytime soon? Is the question in the back of my mind. But the next one I've got is a project called Other Skin, which, for whatever reason, reminded me of an old game on the PS2 called Primal. Not the PS2 game, not the Gendy Tartakovsky animation.
They call it Exodus. A solo mission as deadly as the corruption that we failed to contain so far. It keeps spreading into the universe and slowly killing all life forms. The Magna civilization that inhabited the planet disappeared a long time ago. I'm lucky number 13, wearing a high-technology suit that should overcome the corruption for a few hours. Hopefully enough to gather new, valuable information before I meet my certain death.
Analysis indicates we are standing on a large lithobiological entity.
You mean alive?
Proceed with caution.
Are those wings on my back?
I like the music.
It's not easy to have a alien world feel, well, alien. I think they're onto something here. Especially with how organic everything looks. Tomorrow. I have one hell of timing with these, don't I?
Indeed.
Or seems that way.
But for the next one, this is one of the rare remasters that I chose to cover on this because I consider this one of the more underrated games out of Lucasfilm's, LucasArts, I should say, library. And it's not a Star Wars game. It is a Western. If you've seen Civi 11's videos, you've seen this game for a bit, and it is Outlaws. And of course, Night Dive is handling the remaster. I'm just glad that this means that people can play the game without doing DOSBox shit.
You afraid of dying, kid? Keep that fear.
Sarah, come away from the window, honey.
Good afternoon. Is the marshal in?
Hi, John Delancey.
No! Anna! You ain't a farmer, James. Your father weren't a farmer, and you ain't either.
A man can get too ambitious, wouldn't you say?
Right, but you never shot an innocent man.
I never met an innocent man.
If I
where she is. Will you let me go?
That depends.
I don't remember that kind of fanning the hammer like that.
Demon City Rising.
But one of the big things with Outlaws is you have a 6-shooter in the lake, and you do not have a speed loader. So you're reloading bullets individually, which doesn't seem like much, but it changes a lot on how combat ends up working. And some of the combat designers would go to work on stuff like Doom Eternal.
The city has my name on it.
It's gonna take more than bullets to get what you want, mister.
Hello, Coops.
Once a lawman.
I just got home from work.
Hello, Coops.
I can make the bullets go where I want them to.
Let me move you over here. I see that you've got the setup. So let me give you the promotion.
Six bullets, more than enough to kill anything that moves.
Revolver Ocelot, played by Revolver Ocelot, as depicted by Revolver Ocelot. But I do remember one of the bigger guns in it was a full-on minigun. The catch with it is you can't move while you're using it.
I don't understand why they call it a minigun. Ain't nothing mini about that thing. That's another rant for another day.
I know why, and it's the same reason why submachine gun is a thing. It's sub-caliber. But the mini is because it is smaller than the larger caliber designs that use rotary barrels, like the ones that you would find on planes or ships. That's why it's called a minigun. Because one of the earliest versions is the M134, which had a smaller barrel and smaller caliber than the full-on Vulcan. Hence, minigun. Now, much like a SMG is using a sub-caliber round compared to a rifle round. So that is the logic behind calling it a minigun. And keep in mind, the Vulcan, that was something that you would see on ships or mounted.
No.
But next up, we have Peregrino. Wonder if it has any allusion to the Peregrine Falcon.
The road to
that just makes me thirsty.
Long and cruel.
You're thinking of Dom Perignon.
No. No, Pellegrino.
Faith will only get us so far. We need food. We need shelter.
The woods are brittle. Are we not worthy?
We have to take what's offered.
The night.
I see they pulled the Resident Evil 4 storage system.
Our caravan is falling apart.
My son is sick. We must go back.
The light will cure him.
The gods demand a sacrifice.
Ooh, what kind of god would do this?
Help us! We are starving.
We can't spare supplies. We are still not ready.
Our tools are shit.
Calm down, all of you.
We will all run into the forest.
Good. What have you done?
A caravan adventure. Interesting choice.
At least it's not the Oregon Trail again.
I know somebody might look at that design and go, why didn't you use the gun? Guns are loud. Next we have another blind entry known as Project Spectrum.
Sorry.
Let's go back to the start.
And this is for the announcement proper.
Strong wind.
Of all the guns to bring in, why bring in a deagle?
We got company.
Please, the Flamen Shabbat.
Only a dummy would go in here.
The loss is too heavy for you. But sometimes, loss can birth beasts and bury truths. What do you think? What if you are the beast?
Sand check. Oh, I see what we're doing here. Everybody roll sand.
Let's go back to the start.
I'm reminded of that bit from Silent Hill 3. They looked like monsters to you?
I do wonder if that's going to be the framing device of being in that psych ward, recollecting what happened and peeling the layers back, kind of a Rashomon or Hero approach. But next, we have more R-Type coming very soon. And I've mentioned before, I love me some shmup. Not the kind of music you'd think from an R-Type. It's a side-scroll shooter tactics game. Feel like a fever dream to anyone else?
A little bit.
Honestly, this feels a bit anticlimactic with the music compared to the roots of R-Type.
Well, hence the tactics name. I think it's just the juxtaposition of the visuals and the music. But next, we have another blind entry known as Realm Walker. We're definitely doing the combat maze approach. I feel like Realm Walker here is doing the kind of elemental combat that people always hoped an Avatar game would do, but never did. I think the last Avatar game we got was more of a puzzler than anything else, which is fine, but I don't think that quite matches the fantasy. But
only when you accept that you cannot have elemental combat in an Avatar game will you get a game with elemental combat.
I don't feel like having calming jasmine tea.
To think my own brother would say something so hurtful.
But the next one we have is Rewilders: The Lost Spring. This was only just announced last month. wonder how many of those...
I can't pin...
Good.
Go ahead. I was gonna say, I can't pinpoint exactly why, but for some reason I'm getting Slime Rancher vibes from this, of all things.
Yeah, maybe in the aesthetic, but that's it.
That could be. You were saying?
I wonder how many of those Nature's Friends you cap at. Next we have, of course, Robo Frenzy. Did someone pause?
Not I, said the doc.
Custom build a boss and then fight it.
Ooh, that's a deep cut. What is this?
And one part Pokemon.
And it already has a demo. Nice. But next we are getting a remaster of Sacred 2, which I'm fine with, because even though I liked Sacred 2, it was kind of jank. Though I will give them credit for having an in-universe concert of Blind Guardian, because anything can be improved with more Blind Guardian. Of course, how could I say no to more ARPG?
Definitely nice to see these old games that get remasters.
Mm-hmm. And I know a lot of people like we get too many remakes and remasters, but when it comes to some older games that are difficult to play on modern systems, I feel like that's an exception to the rule. But next is one that we've kind of covered in the past as part of Sega's big initiative to revitalize some of their older IPs. Shinobi Art of Vengeance.
Sega!
And this is already out.
Already have it wish listed.
That and there's also that Ninja Gaiden spin-off as well.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. And hey there, Joe. Welcome to the party.
Joe?
Oh, Joe the fortune teller.
Ah. Hey, I'm back.
And hey, welcome back, Jack. As my chiropractor often says, glad to see you're back.
Boo.
Your boos mean nothing. I've seen what makes you cheer.
Oh, good, that's still working.
But yeah, with what I've seen with Shinobi Art of Vengeance, it is exactly what it needed to be. And same thing with Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. I already knew what I was getting into with Ragebound because it was done by the Game Kitchen, the team that did the Blasphemous games. And Lizard Cube, I believe they were the ones who did Streets of Rage 4. At least the joke wasn't spineless. But next is Syntopia.
Welcome to where hell isn't just a fiery pit, it's a 1980s style bureaucracy, complete with red tape, endless paperwork, and soul-crushing deadlines. As administrator of hell, it's your job to manage sins. But before we start turning hell into a fine-tuned machine, let's take a little trip to the overworld to meet your administered. The sentient hummus. As these chickpea-like folk go about their daily lives, their experiences in the overworld affect their sinometer. The different life paths of your civilization and the types of towns generated are influenced by their ruler, so choose wisely. Don't like them? No problem. Luckily, we have some very handy tools for that. Oops. Oh well, it is the cycle of life after all. For these poor souls, the graveyard awaits, where our trusty bus driver Steve will transport them to the afterlife. Onward to hell. And here we are. Oh, isn't it toasty? Souls will be dropped off at Hell Plaza, where they will follow your carefully crafted route through the underworld, reducing their various sins accumulated in life and generating you sweet purgadollars. Take the reins, treat them to a little show, give them a little spook, watch as they wriggle and squirm and shake in fear and... Anyway, now remember, Hell and the overworld are very much interlinked. Once the soul's sins are scrubbed clean, direct them to the resurrection gate, and boom! Off they go into the next cycle. The more souls you resurrect, the more heroes you earn, and the bigger your hummus population grows. Be cautious, though. If we don't clean up their act, they'll just take their sins into their next life. And trust me, you don't want that. So, now you know
who let out a great
why not
unclean one?
Spice it up a little. Use your purgadollars to build, unlock upgrades with heroes, and use faith coins to perform some magic. For the hell of it. What could go wrong?
There's a certain friend of mine in Italy that I feel like I should send this to. And, of course, Team 17 is involved with something this wacky.
Remind me what they've done again?
Say again?
Remind me what Team 17 has done again?
Worms.
Ah. Okay. That would explain why the hummus looks so worm-like.
Mm-hmm. And the shenanigans that entails. But next is one of the rare cases of me adding something to the list that is based on an existing anime, and that is Solo Leveling Arise Overdrive. I ended up putting this one in blind. I know one of my colleagues absolutely hates Solo Leveling. I'm neutral on it.
Too much ore farming for you?
About that.
And also, for whatever reason, I don't know why, but Koops is showing up twice. Oh, that's why. I was like, did you clone yourself, Coops?
Negative.
Insert with how close song. I had thought about it, but a little easy.
I'm ready. I'll end it.
Now! It's over.
Don't.
Get in my way!
Too slow.
Yeah, Jin Woo.
Okay, so this is going to be a proper PC and console thing, not just a jumped up mobile. Good.
Well, I have excellent news for the game. It shouldn't be hard to produce something more compelling than the source material.
Especially considering the source material is effectively one giant power fantasy.
I mean, it's a lot of anime is a giant power fantasy.
A lot of fiction is a giant power fantasy.
Yeah. The thing that bothers me about solo anime is that it's kind of dull. It's just the main character. This isn't the place for that.
Yeah. But
too much ore farming for you.
We'll cover that another day.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we already had one Indian fantasy game get announced last month from a bunch of ex-Ubisoft devs. And I guess we're getting another one because we got an announcement for Son of Thanchai. What sort of game are we dealing with here?
I'm not sure what the game is yet. Okay, there we are.
Question answered. This was the announcement teaser.
Getting a lot of Prince of Persia vibes from this, just without the parkour.
Well, we're dealing with India, not Persia, so. But next, well, this thing only got announced a few weeks ago. But who had a Star Trek Voyager game on their bingo card? card for 2025. Because we
I
are
haven't
getting
seen
one.
many Star Trek games in the past.
Mostly because
At
all the
least
money
not-
seems to go to online.
Yeah. I knew the online thing was a big deal, but I didn't. But that's basically all I know in terms of Star Trek games per se.
Yeah, there were a few. There was that one attempt to try and do something with the movies, which didn't work.
And
Very
Voyager
rarely do
of all
movie-based
things-
games work.
Voyager of all things, which has inspired the most what do you call it? Not controversy, but like it's polarizing. Voyager's like the most polarizing entry in that series.
Yeah, and you can put me on the category of I don't hate it, but it didn't live up to everything that it was given. And between it and around the time that I was watching Star Trek, I had the option of, do I watch Voyager or do I watch DS9? I think you know which one I went with.
Yeah, almost everyone I know is like a DS9. They're like DS9's the best in the series. I've never actually seen either one in their entirety.
I've seen part of season 1 of Deep Space Nine. That is something I would like to get back to at some point. Voyager, all I've seen of that is this comedy sketch where they had Captain Janeway and the cast of Frasier.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Anyway. But I don't think it's focused on the series per se, if what we're seeing is any indication.
I wonder if they've ever attempted like a flight simulator for something like this.
I think it had been attempted, but this is more in the vein of FTL.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. And I've only just seen screenshots of that game.
Let's see. Game site, Daedalic. So they have some
Daedalic.
So they have some decent talent on this project. And I will.
Well, I'm gonna have to go. I got stuff to do in the morning, and I'm gonna need to call it early today. Later.
No worries. Stay frosty, Hydra. Hope you win your argument with yourself. But
Hail Hydra.
But when it comes to, I will note when it comes to Voyager, I agree with Chuck when he called it the beige of space. There are good things, but there are also some really bad character decisions. I think one of the greatest whoopsies is the existence of Neelix. What was really funny was that there was a snippet from an old TV guide that predicted that Neelix was going to be the breakout character of Voyager. And even compared him to Odo and Quark in terms of similarities. Which is absolutely hilarious to me. But I feel like this is doing what the pitch of Voyager was without the characters, because, well, a big reason for Voyager, I think because of the fact that, Joe, I think the reason they went with Voyager specifically for this is because of that whole exploring the unknown with them being stuck in a quadrant that they don't know and trying to get home. So in that regard, I'm wondering if somebody was playing through Homeworld. The original Homeworld, not 3. Dear Lord, 3 was shit. I had hopes for 3, but no. But next up we have Starbites. I think this did show up at Nintendo Direct, but that's not how I got it. Do we have enough DACA on these mechs?
Hoping that the game footage was captured on Nintendo Switch.
Switch 2, Switch, PS5, and PC, so it's hard to say. But
it just looked a little rough.
Also, I'm getting background noise from you.
Hold on. I'll fix that.
But next is a case of, why did it take this long? We are getting a Starfinder PC-style RPG. And I'm sitting there going, it took you this long to do it? Now that Starfinder is in a full 2nd edition? I would have figured this would have been done years ago, but I guess not.
Now. Now? What part of now didn't you get, Musclehead?
Okay. In a galaxy threatened by war, a grim destiny has been revealed. A dark power determined to undo space itself. Only a crew of larger-than-life heroes can save the day.
Wait, are those supposed to be us?
Yes, isn't it cool?
Oh boy.
Seriously, why did it take this long for us to get a Starfinder video game? But
yeah, it's an excellent question.
But better late than never, I suppose. It only just got teased. They're gonna be kickstarting it early next year. But
I hope it doesn't end up like Umineko Gold.
If it does, we'll roast it for that. But I'm not going to be jumping to conclusions because there's already enough content creator cynics that do that as is. That's not how I want to run things.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I mean, like it says coming soon on Kickstarter. As long as it comes out on Kickstarter, that's still better than Umineko Gold did. So,
yeah.
Just, you know, sorry, just PTSD.
But next is Stormlancers. This was their announcement that it's being made. Well, when YouTube decides to cooperate with me. There we go.
Action roguelike couch co-op. That sounds like a recipe for a disaster. Like, you remember how much fun you've had playing Battletoads with your friends?
Battletoads isn't the game I'd be drawing from for this. I'm going to be going with Super C.
I'm just saying, like, you know, you got a game where you're playing couch co-op, and it's very important to not die.
In that case, Battletoads is the worst example because the whole game is a death trap.
What about Battletoads 2?
An improvement. But it's like they're going for a fall. And putting it on the Switch is a natural choice.
Yep, couch co-op does seem like be a good fit for that one.
Yep. But next we got a bit of a story trailer for Stormgate. Stormgate feels like a natural successor to StarCraft 2. And we've covered the factions in previous streams. It is very much channeling StarCraft. And which some will call it a ripoff, but we're not getting a StarCraft 3 anytime soon, so deal. If someone else wants to take that torch, let them.
Everyone remember, we have one goal. Get Amara to the Arcus. We are headed to war. With an enemy we don't yet understand. In an effort to liberate our world. Free our people and reclaim our hope.
You empower the tool of your own destruction. The Oculus cannot be controlled by mortal minds.
Oh, give that guy a hand.
Celestials and Infernals were here on Earth 7,000 years ago.
I won't sit around and let people die. Not when I know I can help them.
Amara!
This is not the time to run. This is the time to fight. With every damn thing we've got.
Crush them.
Yeah, they're not even trying to hide the StarCraft DNA with this.
It's now or never.
And specifically StarCraft 2, and it looks like they're doing the whole multiple campaigns thing like StarCraft 2 did. Which, I'm perfectly fine with that. Because again, we're not seeing StarCraft 3 anytime soon. But next, we have a new Styx entry. I do remember playing Styx Blades of Darkness a while back. And a lot of people have looked at these Styx games as the closest thing to a successor to Thief. Yes, I know about the reboot. We don't talk about the reboots. Ever. But this one is Blades of Greed, which, well, you are playing a goblin, so that fits.
Quartz. Everyone's going crazy for a taste of its power. But it also happens to be my favorite flavor. And that means I gotta get to it first. What the fuck are you doing? Can't you see I'm working here? Just try to keep out of sight. Nighty-night. Sleep tight. Bet you wish you could do that. Hey, knock that shit off. I did the whole voice in my head thing 2 games ago. Now comes the fun part. I know it's kind of cheating, but I just love the buzz of all this power. And you guys were worried. I told you nothing could go wrong.
Styx, I am Grand Priest Geoffroy, and I have been tasked with recovering what you stole from us.
That doesn't sound good.
I can't help but enjoy that little fourth wall break. But next is the only mobile entry that I put in, and it's mostly because I'm a big fan of Suikoden. Even if I don't like the whole Vancian model when it comes to its magic.
At a village located on the margins of a lake, just east of the Scarlet Moon Empire, tragedy strikes from the shadows.
紋章を素直に渡した方が身のためですよ。
逃げろ。
さあ、我によこせ、その力を。
The heroes set out on a journey towards recovery. Along the way, you will encounter various enemies. This game makes use of a timeline command-based battle system. Make use of attacks, runes, and secret techniques, which are activated when the gauge is full. These three moves all have different effects and cool-off times, so combine them for maximum efficiency and effect.
So it looks like we're doing that dynamic turn setup we saw in FF10. And it also, if it's operating on cooldowns, then it means that my nitpick about Vancian magic in this game isn't going to be applicable.
Well, they're using the 10 system, because that's my favorite of the Final Fantasy ones.
In addition, by focusing your attacks on the enemy's weaknesses, you can aim to unbalance them, creating an opening to inflict massive damage.
俺は旋風のバルカス。おい、シロニア、おめえも名乗れよ。
Next, make use of chains, which activate when 4 or more allies are lined up, and launch strategic attacks. Each and every choice you make affects the battle before you. Many powerful enemies will tower before the hero.
はい。
この魔晶石をやる。
はあ。僕を敵に回すからこうなるんだよ。
It will be vital to carefully assess your enemy and organize your party accordingly. Also, consider including support members who will assist the main party through various methods during combat.
Interesting that somebody that big is using it for Sarikama.
As the story unfolds, large-scale wars involving multiple forces break out.
We have the Pillar of War
Think of
scenes.
which characters to employ in your unit. Make use of their war techniques and aim for victory.
If it's the Crescent Moon Empire, then this is probably taking place around the time of 1 and 2. probably before 1, because if it's around 2, then that would mean having to answer the Luca Blight question, which I don't think it'd be a good idea to do that. But next up is another wuxia RPG known as Gujian 4, which has been retitled Swords of Legends because it's going for an international release.
来这地府的魂一日千万，看来你与他们也无甚差别。阎罗大人，人带到了。
我想让你回人间一趟。
Legend tells of a legendary warrior whose legendary sword was the stuff of legend.
But just the fact that this is getting this kind of exposure shows that Game Science's efforts have created a ripple effect.
啊，你就是新晋皇权司判大人。老夫称皇吃了这么多年的官饷，敢说你生死簿上的这几位可都不好惹呀。
你这无魂之士，也能管我生死？
I could make a Zoro joke, but no, too easy.
Guess you're gonna quit while you're ahead.
Something like that.
Creepy.
Creepy, and somebody in the back is going wood. That is a very angry house.
Eh? 老娘，要是能重活一次，你想做什么？
我想多吃点草。大人，你呢？
I think he thinks he's the centaur of attention.
But another one that was, sorry, still getting used to the new chair. Was shown during the partner showcase part of Nintendo Direct was The Adventures of Elliot.
To pass through that door is to pass through time. To travel a road spanning centuries. From here, heroes set out on a journey of hope.
Square Enix presents a brand new action RPG, brought to life in HD 2D. This is Philibildia, a continent overrun by beast tribes. A spell of safekeeping is all that protects humanity's sole bastion, The Kingdom of Huther. One fateful day, a set of ruins is discovered in the wilds beyond the castle walls. An adventurer, Elliot, leaves the kingdom to investigate.
You can't fool me, he's a red mage.
Adventurers do.
At his side is a fairy named Faye.
You can call me Faye. I'm a fairy.
Together, the duo venture beyond protection into the great wide world. During your journey, you'll come face to face with all sorts of foes. In battle, study your opponent's moves carefully and find opportunities to strike. Fight with swords for quick and well-balanced strikes. Bows and arrows to target enemies from afar. Chains and sickles to swing and pull enemies closer, and more.
Telling you
There are
folks, spin to
7
win,
weapon types in
it is
total,
eternal.
but that's not all. You can also strengthen your weapons by equipping different combinations of magicite. Try out all sorts of variations to find the playstyle that works for you. Your fairy companion, Faye, can also attack and pick up items. You can control both
Making her a
Elliot
far
and
more
Faye
useful
separately,
fairy
or
than Navi.
2 players can control them at the same time.
I just wish she
You'll find
sounded
that
better.
she's very helpful on your adventure. Join Elliot and Faye on a grand journey that, unknown to them, will span 1,000 years. The Adventures of Elliot, the Millennium Tales, launches on Nintendo Switch 2 next year. After today's presentation, a debut demo will be available, and there will be an upcoming survey to gather player feedback.
I played the demo and it comes across as an HD 2D Zelda-like, enjoyable. Switch to the Japanese voice acting though, just because, like I said, the fairy voice. It's I liked Navi's voice better, if that says anything.
But next up is one that is already out. In fact, I streamed it about a week ago. That being Titan Quest 2. The original Titan Quest was one of those things that just kind of snuck back into the conversation. Its original release was treated as underwhelming. It was treated like a budget wannabe. Then years later, a bunch of people start playing it. An anniversary version comes out. It gets a bunch of support, and now we have a sequel. The sequel was announced shortly after Diablo 4 shit the bed. And I ended up joking about being a prophet once again because I had said if Diablo 4 screwed up, that other people would take advantage. It really is a burden being right all the time. But next, we have another blind entry. This one got sent to me as a recommendation by a friend. Tokyo Underground Killer.
Hello, fellow gamers. I'm Bentomon. Happy to meet you.
Okay, a first-person slasher.
I run
You got my
bento
attention.
deliveries for Tokyo's organized crime, but today I want to tell you about my new game, Tokyo Underground Killer. Our protagonist is Kobayashi. He is Tokyo's most notorious assassin and works for Japan's biggest crime syndicate, Gakuraku. Explore Tokyo's most famous land sites, while going on dangerous assassination missions to take out targets from rival crime organizations. Unfortunately, there won't be much time for sightseeing. Tokyo is overrun by the dangerous flatliners. Take them out one after another, until you arrive at your next target's lair. Kobayashi-san really likes his sword Jakubo. With light and heavy attacks, you can cut through all these pesky flatliners with no problem.
I remember a few years ago, somebody tried to argue that when it comes to the combat in Elder Scrolls, that you can't do good melee combat in first person. Even back then, I called bullshit on that, and I have no reason to believe it now.
Perfectly blocked attacks even allow you to see the world in slow motion. Even if a flatliner shoots at you, you can easily flick back each bullet with your sword. You can
Easily.
even charge up your sword to shoot flames. Visit my booth and I can upgrade your sword with new abilities. Just make sure to bring enough bento coins. Also, when you get tired, remember to stop by my booth. My bento will heal your health and lift up your spirits. Look how yummy it looks, but there's more. Did you know Kobayashi is called the Shinjuku Vampire? That's right. Kobayashi can steal the blood of the flatliners and use it to unleash 10 powerful blood skills. The fire tornado is one of my favorites. Just look how smoothly it burns through all these flatliners. Love. And by the way, blood doesn't only recharge your blood skills, it also fills up your health again. Slice, suck blood, use blood skills, repeat. The daily grind of the Shinjuku Vampire. A combination of your sword.
Snackle, I see what you said there, but I disagree. We've had way too many games actually do it. It really depends on design,
for each problem.
but it can be done.
Keep that in mind when you finally face your assassination target at the end of each mission.
Boys, get the Flammenwerfer. The heavy Flammenwerfer.
Hey, wait. We're not done yet. Kobayashi-san's apartment is right in the center of Shinjuku's neon-lit nightlife district. So why not relax a little before your next mission?
Oh, the crane scam. Wait, you actually got something out of the crane game? Better luck than me, then.
You can upgrade your blood skills at the local blood parlor with the money earned from the job. Next, let's try some pachinko. Wow, they even have a slot machine with the Tokyo's hottest idol band TK69. How cool is that? Look. Capsule toys. You can display all your new toys on the shelves in your apartment. I hope they will release some bento merch someday. You can also find game centers, gambling places, and other secrets in the streets of Shinjuku. But for now, let's get back to work.
This certainly works for me. Even
The
with
ending there kind of reminded me of Coin Game.
coin game.
Yeah, it's a, what do you call it? It's like a Chuck E. Cheese it's like a Chuck E. Cheese style game where you just go around and you play arcade games.
Yeah. But in terms of the slasher part of it, this certainly works for me. But next, I covered this last month, but we have a proper weapon showcase for Tomb Water, which very much feels like a Weird West affair just looking from the thumbnail. And it most certainly is, just in sprite mode.
What, is everyone made out of cloth? What?
I guess. But then we have Troublemaker 2, which I do have the first one. It is a very solid beat 'em up, if a little bit cracked out. And looks like the follow-up is going to be just as much.
Masa lalu sebenarnya apa aja sih anjing? Narkoba itu bikin otak lu jadi lebih goblok dari biasanya. Harusnya lu ngaca. Berapa banyak generasi yang hancur gara-gara orang kayak lo? Cepetan, jawab!
Gue cuma gak mau lu kenapa-kenapa, Nal.
Berani-beraninya lu nyakitin orang yang gue sayang lagi, anjing!
It is definitely Indonesian. I figured that out just before they even gave where this thing is taking place, but
I'm getting definite Yakuza vibes though from the gameplay.
I could see it, and I think they did cite Yakuza as an inspiration. But next up is Valor Mortis. If there's not a whole lot of dead, then I'm calling false advertising. Oh, this is from the Ghost Runner team, so I'm prepared for pain.
Of course.
Tis but a scratch. Or not.
I have the sneaking suspicion that shooting him is like the worst thing they could have done. Look, I was right. Or maybe not shooting him was the worst thing they could have done, more like they should have aimed for the head.
looks like they're not doing the speedrunning thing with this.
I can live with that.
But instead, sword and gun, or sword and spell. Interesting setup we've got here. Although, given the uniform, I'm trying to figure out what time frame this would be adjacent to, since it is very French. But next is a game that I could have swore got canceled years ago. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2, which I thought was gonna be in development hell forever because of how much bullshit was going on with it. And there's been some divisive responses.
So weary is the wanderer that treads upon the fertile soil.
Your reputation is legend.
Oh, the Chinese room is involved. Let's see if they've learned from their past mistakes.
Flowered in fire, and in fire she will end.
Don't listen.
Now, this is something. Fire, can you... Oh, guess I found my body.
Detective, is there something you need?
How's the case? Hot leads, cold bodies, reheated plots.
Oh my, I think I know what you are.
They say trouble comes in pairs, detective. Trouble comes in pairs.
You are not the only one who has had strange dreams. I see a garden, and I have met someone.
What? That would mean...
Who is he?
It brought you here, my fire. My fire.
I'm not going to say I hate it, but I have to question why this has the name Bloodlines 2. What I get is a directed story and not the semi-sandbox that one would expect with that name. I have a feeling that the name was chosen because this has been in development hell for the better part of a decade.
I was kind of getting that vibe too. I was like, this doesn't look like it's a choose your own adventure kind of game. It looks more like a linear storytelling.
Which that is definitely something that the Chinese room does. And I'd like to hope that they actually have more of a gameplay emphasis than in their last works. The main thing that the Chinese room is known for is things like Dear Esther or Amnesia: A Machine for Pigs, which were heavy on story to the point of feeling like they were writing the story one-handed, if you catch my drift. But I think I mentioned this earlier, but the reason I made the joke about the government of Singapore when talking about Skull and Bones is that was the reason they couldn't cancel the game, was because of the contract that Ubisoft made with the government of Singapore to hire designers in that country to make the game. They couldn't just back out of it. Or I mean, they could, but then they'd get sued to oblivion for breaking the contract, and they would lose. But next is Varlet, which is the second project from the Furyu studio. It is very much channeling Persona. I've seen some people call it mid, but those same people I see call everything mid, so take that with a grain of salt.
聞いたか？有坂アルカが失踪したんだってよ。助けて！お願い！誰か助けてよ！近づかないで！ねえ見て！もっともっともっともっと！
Loving the English.
私の決めたルールに従えて。本当にあったよ。グリッチの入り口。デザイアというのは欲望のかけらから生まれる怪物だった。せっかく転がってるところを配信しようと思ってたのに。アルカ先輩が素直にお礼言ってる。珍しい。アルカ先輩が襲われたら次は私が有名になる番かな。アルカ先輩がひどい目に遭ってそれを大勢の人が知れば知るほど私も人気者になれるはずなんです。俺から名声を奪った。今度は俺が奪う番だ。俺はただこの下手くそな落書きを俺のピースで上書きしてやろうと思っただけだ。何でも持ってるくせに俺がお前を潰してやる。調子に乗った人気者が断罪されるのを本当はみんな望んでいる。階段から落ちた生徒がいるというのはここかい。校内の問題を解決する。
Oh, he looks like trouble.
教師の役目だ。黙れ！苦情だって打ち上げだったとしても全員がそれを信じていればそれは本当の罪になるんだよ。いずれはこの学校全体が私のルールに従って動くようになる。こんにちは、初瀬さん。全校生徒に開かれた生徒会というのが私のスローガンですから。私はいつだって正しいの。能力のない奴は選ばれた人間の言うことに従ってればいいのよ。なのにどうして逆らうのよ。こいつもこいつも。もちろん仲間だよ。
I have a feeling there was somebody was taking notes from Persona 5 with what we have here.
A little bit.
Not no one-to-one.
If they can pull it off, though, that's not a bad thing.
才能のない存在はフォーマス。それが社会というものだ。失礼、入っても構わない。我々はジョハリの勧誘運営を任されている立場だからね。私に戦いを挑むというのは感心できないな。信頼、仲間。そんなものがもし本当にあるのなら、なぜ人類は争い続ける？どうして殺人や戦争はなくならない？
He's got the crazy eyes.
砕け散る様を目に焼き付けろ。これが革命？よっしゃ、かかってこい。革命隊、君の願いを現実にする力だ。
Timeline battle. Very nice.
我が力を見るがいい。行くぞ。
And it seems like we're going to be doing some degree of class change.
あなたを動物に例えるとどんな動物ですか？あなたの診断結果を共有します。
内向はどう思う？
マジかよ。
どこか行きますか？
ちょうど腹が減ってたんだ。
おはよう大根。ねえ、ちょっとどうして大根と一緒なの？うわ修羅場。どれだけ歌やダンスを頑張っても見た目でしか判断されないのはやっぱりムカつくわ。
確かに学校にいる時の俺はこんな風に自分の怒りを表に出せる人間じゃないから。俺がどんなに頑張っても肝心なところでポカをやらかして誰にも認めてもらえないままなんだ。
それってつまりその人たちにとって私はいてもいなくてもいい存在になるってことだよ。
そうだな。俺様が本物の天才かどうかなんてわからね
私知ってるんです。いろんな人が私のことを陰で噂してるのを。
何ですかそれ。裏切りじゃないっすか。
SSS を調べてほしいと無期限で攻撃されるんです。
私の信頼でさせ調子に乗って喋りすぎる。
失敗したら世界を変えるんです。もしかして神隠し事件の真相に気づいて絶望してる？
行こう大根。
行こう大根。
よし
行きましょう。
And yeah, it's already out. It's been out for a few days now. Which I know some have dismissed it, but I do want to try and at least give it a chance. But next is Veil of Ashes, which is a RTS that is clearly doing the whole almost giant mega tanks that you might have seen in something like Mortal Empires, was the vibe I got from it, which is saying something because Mortal Empires was not a good movie. But that idea of the moving city is something I find interesting, or a tank the size of a fortress. No need for tanks. You're welcome. Yeah, those are more World War I tanks in terms of their setup. Just some that are way too big to be World War I tanks.
I love the look of World War I tanks. It looks totally as though they haven't finished designing it yet, but they just threw it out there anyway.
And then someone decided, let's turn a castle into a tank.
Probably Howl.
Artillery. For when you want to say, dear grid coordinates. Oh, yeah, that is definitely channeling World War I, especially with those rifles. But next, and well, this doesn't have a name, but we do have a combat demonstration of what's being referred to as the new Virtua Fighter project, the one that Ryuga Gotoku Studios is doing. That can't be the final name for the thing.
Ready, go!
I'm looking forward to Yakuza 15, where they include this whole game inside that.
So we'll definitely be following up on this next month. But then there was one announcement that made me happy in my head place that I had to put on the list. We are getting a 4th Dawn of War. It is not being done by Relic, probably because of what happened the last time they did it. Dawn of War 3 was shit. But a new studio is doing a whole new Dawn of War, and I have hopes with this one.
We have fought the enemies of humanity across 1,000 worlds. No respite, no remorse, no mercy. We are the wrath of the Emperor, his angels of death. But
so we're up against Necrons?
Broken. Its armies.
Oh, we got orcs too.
Our foes rise to drag us down, and the galaxy has been torn asunder. On the world of Cronus, we make our stand. We are the Blood Ravens. There is no victory to claim here. Only vengeance to enact. Whilst even one of us lives, we fight. For only in death
does duty
does duty end.
Yeah, I think this is a case of we might be back, folks. If that was any indication, I feel like this is trying to be more akin to Dawn of War 1 and a little bit of 2. Which one is considered the best of that pair, with 2 being very divisive, so made the right call there. I mean, that whole unit reserve thing at the bottom looked like something out of Total War, but this doesn't strike me as a Total War kind of game. But next up is something for folks who have a Star Fox-sized hole in their hearts. Wild Blue, which is coming to us from Humble Games. The lizard has its priorities straight. Like I said, definitely channeling Star Fox here.
Coming up on the islands.
Do a barrel roll.
We've got company.
There you go.
I thought I was done for.
Can't let you do that, Bowie. So, yeah.
Extended gameplay trailer, and about 40 seconds of the 1.5 minute trailer is gameplay. Okay. I mean, it's a good window into the gameplay, I will admit. It's funny that this is the shortest extended gameplay trailer I think I've ever seen in my life.
But next up we have Windstorm, The Legend of Kimori, which is going into early access.
Why do we Mongolians never stop writing? Some days, I believe I know. I write to carry out my duty as a courier. Out there, they wait for answers, for aid, for hope. I write to survive. Gathering, crafting, hunting. Out here, the cold bites deeper, the silence grows heavier. I ride to remember where I come from, to care for those who carried us here, and to raise new strength. But other days, I ride simply to follow the wind, to hear its songs beyond the horizon. Windstorm, the legend of Himar.
I remember seeing this on Kickstarter a while back, and it looks like they are gearing up for their early access release. But next was something that dropped during PAX West, that being Wolfhound, which, from what little I've seen, feels like they're channeling a bit of Metroidvania.
There's a little bit of Contra thrown in.
It looks like you're going to have to mind your ammo.
Question is, do you have unlimited ammo, but you just have to reload it?
I feel like that's what they're doing.
Or is it
here.
like...
You have unlimited ammo, but you don't have unlimited clips. Oh, and you have a jetpack as well. Which I have a feeling that the way it's set up, the stronger weapons like that rocket launcher or the machine gun are going to take longer to reload than a pistol. I think that's going to be the trade-off that you have there. But next is Wuchi the Wayfarer. This was another blind grab.
This opener gives such a different vibe from the thumbnail. Creepy.
Yep.
How did you know what was going on? Well, a little birdie told me.
From what I've heard, the idea is you're more of an exorcist than anything else. Which, I definitely get that vibe.
기어코 여기까지. 참으로 정성이십니다.
Definitely an exorcist. No, it was not a dream. But our last one was another one from the THQ showcase. Recreation. Oh, it looks like a perfectly normal racing game. Never mind. Welcome back, Burnout. We missed you.
I was about to say, it's fucking Burnout.
I think this has some of the Burnout devs on the credits. Hold on a minute. I need to see something here. Look at that boost at the bottom. That's the fucking boost gauge from Burnout 3.
Oh yeah, I recognize that from a mile away.
Although if it's called Recreation, I wonder if they're going to be doing track editing. If they are, we are in for some beautiful and horrible things.
Oh dear. God,
I'm just thinking of Super Kaizo World.
If there wasn't enough track.
Oh yeah. Hold on a second, because OBS wants to be
Burnout.
Ah, there we are. OBS just everything decided to hang for a second. Ah. And it's still hanging. Can you guys hear me now? Is technology not?
Yes.
I have yet to stop hearing you.
Yeah, I don't know. I seem to be having some bit of tech issue. Although it seems to be better now. But Yeah, that's it. That about covers everything that I had planned to cover when it comes to the Hangover shit show. I know this went a bit long, but even if a lot of these were teasers, probably because they're planning the bigger reveals for TGS next month. What did you guys think of just what we saw and just the fact that we were able to get that many in one show?
I'm not gonna lie to you, man. You build this to be as a couple hours.
Yeah, I had thought it was going to be a couple hours.
I mean, maybe I'm being a bit harsh, but I feel that perhaps you undersold it a little.
Probably.
Just a little.
But
wouldn't be the first time, and the damn show won't be the last.
I'm actually surprised it was able to stay this long.
Yeah, but point is, there's too many games out there to say that nobody's making any good games. That's why I like to have this large amount. It's also why I only do this every few months. Sometimes not all of them are this big. Sometimes it's more a consequence of so many people doing showcases in a certain span of time. Like during that one summer of gaming where there were like 6 different indie showcases in the span of a week.
I remember. That was not fun.
And the thing got so big I had to split it in 2. But I feel like there's some interesting ones, some ones I want to see more of before I pass judgment, and some that didn't quite cut the mustard. But that's the way these things always go. And discovering these sort of things is part of the fun.
Of course.
And there are a couple of projects that are going to be handled by a few friends of mine that I could have showcased, but it would have been a little easy. But that is going to do it for this particular adventure. Tomorrow, I will be doing an interview with Dark World Studios on their Acheron TTRPG. And there will be plenty more shenanigans beyond that in the coming days, as there always is within this open bar of the internet. But until then, on behalf of the good brothers present and not present, my name is Mildra. I am your gaming monk. Stay fucking frosty, everybody.
Also